What's up, everyone? Richard here from Hola Prime, and welcome everybody to the Hola Prime Morning Bell. Joining me today, Stephen and Igor. How's it going, guys?
Hello, guys.
Good morning. Good morning.
All good. All good. All
Hope
right,
everyone's
perfect.
doing well out there today. Today
Yeah,
we're looking at the NASDAQ.
well.
At least that's where I'm at today. I'm a big NASDAQ trader.
Perfect, fantastic.
I don't know if we're going to be sharing screens here soon, but I can show you. What
Yeah,
I'm
maybe show us what
when
you
we
got
get
there, and
there.
we can kick things off. You should be live now.
Yes.
There we go.
Excellent. So,
Excellent.
I'm a mix of a trader. I'm generally a range trader. I do use the fib. I do like the momentum trades as well. So when I'm generally looking for trades throughout the day, and as the day goes, I may shift the style that I am trading because the price action is going to give me, is telling me what's going on in the market, correct? So
Gotcha.
I trade multiple strategies right here on the chart that you see in front of you. I call this my retail chart because the blue line here is just a simple 21 EMA.
Mm-hmm.
The orange there is the VWAP. And currently right now, the gray line on the top and the bottom is Friday's 9:30 15-minute opening range. So the 15-minute opening range is another common strategy that I see retail use. So when I'm trading my retail chart, I'm looking for the traps. I'm looking for where everybody else is feeling the emotions of I want to buy or I want to sell, and I look for the trap around those areas.
Gotcha.
That's generally how I use this chart. So today, right now, I was in a buy earlier this morning in London. It chopped on me for a long time, but I was ultimately able to take profit and get out at the right spot. Now it's pulling back. I'm looking for a little bit more of a pullback before we go bullish. At the open, if we start to free fall, if we break the 388 range, 21,388 range in the NQ futures, I expect it to keep going.
Okay. Gotcha.
Excellent.
So do you normally wait for the opening? Wait for a few minutes?
I trade multiple sessions, just depending on what the price action is giving me when I'm looking at the daily chart. So every day at 1800 New York, when the market opens, I check what did it do in the aftermarket. What is it doing that first hour, after dinner time for me in my time?
Yeah.
That's all going down. And then I'll look at the chart like, do I want to get on before I go to bed? Is Asia going to offer me something?
Gotcha.
If I have plans the next day and I might not be able to trade, I may wake up for some London action, especially if the news is right. If there's some macro events, that could drive and give me a little bit more, movement.
Gotcha. Nice.
Excellent.
All right. Alicia, you have something else to show us there? Maybe Igor, take us away.
Of course, guys. So let me start for the beginning today. Let me see first the Forex calendar. I will just share my screen right now, and we will talk a little bit about market today because it's really interesting for me. I didn't expect this this way today, but we'll talk a little bit more. So as a Tuesday, I think there are two things that I wanted to see. Of course, it's interest rate related to the Aussie and CPA for the CAD. The first thing that I monitor related to the Aussie dollar is not about fundamentals. It's just about more how will institutional traders will react after the news. So we had interest rate cut fundamentally. That should be a sign of the bearish US Aussie dollar. And what's happened is that market didn't react and didn't follow that. So I realized that from the beginning of the day, institutional traders had a different plan. The similar thing is with the CAD, which is, I think, today one of the strongest currencies. So which people like to hedge any forex pair, they can always try with US dollar CAD today, because the US dollar is a little bit stronger. At CAD, they're stronger too. So you can make a combinations with other forex pairs. But now I will just go to the charts and talk a little bit about my trades and what's happened there. So I will start first from the US dollar index. The US dollar index yesterday really looked like we're really going to strong bearish move, and everything changed during the Euro session. Right now, we are somewhere to the resistance. It's resistance that we had from the Asia Open. So it's right there right now. I would just draw just to see that price level, just to feel the price level. So I just want to see will during this US Open and during our session, we can see the hourly close above this week here, which will give us a confidence about maybe a broader look. During the session Friday, I had a luck to be with Howard, which is really a good expert, especially for the various to spot the lags and do Elliott waves. And I like the way how he's looking weekly charts and analyze the weekly charts. So what we figure out during at Friday is there was a huge wick on the weekly chart last week. And you can see how right now the US market is a little bit bearish, but now it's recovered. So this week will be crucial. We want to see, will it continue in the bullish way, or we can start to go down. And one of the biggest question is, if we start to go down, where will we go? And this is something that I really wanted to discuss. And you can see there is a line right now. You can see on the screen. I just zoom out from the 2008 and 2011. If you see, which I think will be a strong support for the US dollar index, and we're somehow close to this line. And if US dollar index start to go down, I think the next support will be this trend line. But we need to see the end of this week, and we need to see what market wants, because right now we are something in the middle. Now I will back to my futures British pound dollar, just because I'm watching the volumes. I will pick futures here. So here what we're looking, just we can start without any problem with this weekly chart. As you can see, we're some round of resistance. As you can see, this resistance retested several times in last 10 years. So 1.34 level for British pound dollar is this whole area is strong resistance, and we just want to see what will happen here. As you know, the last year we had 1.344, and after that we went up to the bottom, which was in the end of the January 2025. So now we want to see, will we try to break this resistance, or will start to go down? And the whole day I just talked about that, and I just wanted to enter in the good trade. Now let me start and analyze my trade from the yesterday. So yesterday, just during my session with Paul and Jannie, I created a trade where I made a buy order, and which was relatively close to the low. And I wanted to see the market up. What's happened yesterday is, if you see right now on my chart, I put one free indicator. It's a price volume divergence. I could put ordinary volume, but I put this indicator. Just you can see how volume changed. This is visually much better way. So if you check this is the yesterday trade. The volume was very strong. on 30-minute charts, and the volume just push. And this is why I entered into trade, and I was a little bit self-confident, just because I knew that there's no down momentum. And the whole Asia session, we were somewhere around 1.335, above that level. We were very strong, and then price started to go up, which looks beautiful. But if you can see, during the Euro session, in the Frankfurt Open, UK Open, we were bullish. We started to go again to 1.34, but the volume started to go down. So the volume was really weak, and I figure out that we will not have a capacity to go above 1.34. And that happens. So I realized very soon after these two bearish candles on 30-minute chart that we don't have a strength, we don't have momentum. On relative strength index, we already broke a trend line. So I will just show that just to see that, because this is one of my most used indicators that I really use a lot. So what I do, I usually draw a trend lines on the relative strength index indicator, and if you can see, this was that moment. So we broke this relative strength index trend line in that moment. And what's happened, we fell a little bit, about 25 30 pips down. Then we retest. It was a moment when we started to go from 1.3355 up to 1.337, and then, as you can see, in that moment we just went down, and we broke yesterday bullish bearish invalidation point around 1.334 level. So right now, where we are on the bullish bearish invalidation point from the yesterday. We are somewhere that looks like a bearish market. However, this moment is not smart for trading, for me, for myself. So I'm out of this trade right now, just because I don't feel comfortable. I don't have a good risk reward ratio if I enter right now. I would like to sell, of course, but I would like to sell on some higher level, or some push, something I want to see that happen so I can enter into the trade. And maybe in the next half hour, maybe the market will create some interesting level for me or something, and maybe then I will enter into the trade. So one of the things that it's very important, the relative strength index on the 30-minute chart is very close to the oversold area of right now. It's a 36, 35. So like I said, it's not perfect place to enter into the trade. However, if you a little bit go higher or something, maybe that will create a good risk reward ratio, and maybe only then I will enter into the trade. Now, related to the euro dollar is very similar to British pound dollar. Actually, everything we talk, it is the same story. So we retested this level at 1.1294, actually a little bit below 1.13, and we start to go down. Now we are some kind of the resistance that we multiple time tried to break, but we didn't succeed. And what I want to see that we break this support level, and on the euro dollar and on British pound dollar, and to be really that relax and be sure that we are in the short side. So as you can see, euro dollar, British pound dollar, US dollar index, everything is correlated right now. We wait for the push on the US dollar index. We wait for the push on the support for the British pound dollar and euro dollar, and actually everything is there, and we just wait. And what I like to see here, this is the, I think, interesting thing for US dollar, Japanese yen. And that thing that I'm watching right now is I'm watching US dollar, Japanese yen on some longer term to sell. And this is I'm looking for some nice price level for that. I want to take some longer term trade. So I'm watching the US dollar, Japanese yen more on the weekly chart, more than daily chart, because as you can see, we had a really good strength from the 2023 upside for US dollar, Japanese yen. It was the really huge push. And then in the July 2024, Japanese bank decide to make intervention on the market. And that was very fast. I made one trade. It was a huge loss so fast because I didn't know what's happened there. Because when US dollar Japanese bank doing that, they're not like a British government, a British bank. They say in the news the same day, but they wait. And I needed just they're the type of the people that they're silent. So I figure out that after that there was news, there's and everything. And we know now that the bank is ready to always to manipulate the market and make intervention in the market. So I'm aware of that. But as you can see right now, we had a bearish weekly candle. This new bearish weekly candle is forming right now. And believe it or not, the target can be this level at 105. I'm talking about this because inflation in the Japanese economy. We have a huge increase of inflation. And I know that Japanese bank is ready to every single year increase interest rate. They plan to do the first time in this year during the September, but they're ready to do that earlier if inflation is bigger and bigger. And if we analyze the data for the last 6 months, we can see that inflation in all fields increasing in the Japanese economy, which means that if every single big economy on this earth decrease interest rate, like a US, like UK, like Aussie, Kiwi, all of them, if all of them decrease and the only country increase, that needs to be visible on the charts, and it should be visible. So I think that yen will be stronger and stronger in next months and weeks. And on the other side, other will be a little bit weaker because of interest rate. And for the long-term position, I think it's a really good thing to just follow this and maybe may create some positional trade that I can hold several weeks. So it is something that I know that the majority of traders are not so long-term traders here, but I always talk about this as suggestion and something that we need to think a little bit of because there is a chance for that. But of course, the US dollar shouldn't be so strong like now. So this is the question. And I just want to check, Richard, do you have some trade?
I have not yet. If you want to show something else,
I don't know. I just know that you in the beginning of the, and I just feel your trades right now after this long time. So I hope that you will have right now. So please, if you want, just a little bit to give us the introduction about indices, because I would like to see what's happened with indices.
Sure thing. Let me share my screen quick. Let's do a quick swap here. All right, so I trade the SPX 500 until we have our futures going here at Holafron. That should be next month. NASDAQ as well as crude oil. During the overnight sessions, I'll trade the UK 100 as well, or the FTSE as it's otherwise known. But I do that during my time. I'm in South Africa. But during these morning opening bell sessions, I like to follow two different strategies. The one being a morning liquidity sweep type of setup. And Stephen, if I'm just trying to explain what I'm doing here. then I'll pretty much wait for a potential reversal after the break of a key level. Now, these key levels can be previous days' highs and lows, higher highs, higher lows, whatever the case might be, or the pre-market session high and lows. So as you can see on the SPX, we got at the moment around 59.42, today's current range low, and the current range high is around about 59.62, plus or minus, right? Remember, I'm
Richard,
following the CFDs here.
Richard, can you just add the
Is it not
chart?
sharing?
No, it's not visible.
There we go.
Now it's
I don't
beautiful.
know why it does that. Anyway, so that's why I've got this red line here, waiting for potential liquidity sweep. So if price were to take out, let's say, the highs of the current day, and we start seeing a reversal in the opposite direction, in this example lower again, I'll then switch to a 1 minute time frame, see if I can see a clear break of structure. And then quite often I'll try to see if we can spot some fair value gaps. Now, the fair value gaps need to form generally before we get a break of structure. Break of structure, just on a technical term, that, it could be an indication that the market is getting ready to reverse. And then use those fair value gaps for trade location. So I'll typically enter with a limit order, set a limit order at those fair value gaps. And in some instances, they get retested and then act as support and resistance, right? Not always, but generally speaking, once I get a break of structure, obviously after price has broken one of these key levels. Now, during very strong conditions, when, let's say, trending conditions, should I say, should price continue in one direction, then I might try to get in on a pullback, break of previous range, retest of a range, acceleration back in my trending direction, and then also see if we can get fair value gaps for potential entry locations. Now, currently what I'm seeing here on the SPX, price sort of in the middle of today's current range. Prior to today's price action, we obviously had a very strong move higher, and then a slow grind to the downside, stuck in a bit of a range currently. So I'm, like you were saying, Stephen, if I were to like to buy here into the SPX, I know you're trading the NASDAQ, I would like to see prices move a little bit lower from where they are currently. So if we can get a break of the current range low, reversal back up, then I'll switch to 1 minute, see if I get a break of structure, fair value gaps, all those sort of things. If price were to continue lower, then I'll have to look at previous days' structure points. In that case, if price were to take out these lows, and we actually got a bit of a cluster of lows over here. So rather than just drawing a level, I can do something like this, for example. And if price were to pull into that area, we'll test it, and then reverse back to the upside, I'll follow the same sort of setup. Wait for break of structure on a 1 minute time frame. So pretty much day trading it, right? And trade it in the direction of the potential reversal, because quite often you obviously won't know if you're right until you're right? So that's the S&P 500. Then crude oil been stuck in a pretty nasty
we just tapped into the
range.
The 400 that I had talked about earlier.
Say again? You were saying, Stephen?
Yeah, we just tapped. So earlier in the beginning of the show, I was saying I was waiting for a little bit more of a pullback.
Yeah.
And we ended up coming down right to a pivot point that's resting at the bottom of that previous Friday's 9:30 opening range.
That's right.
And we just rejected really hard off of it. So I'm looking for the push up to 21,484 on the NASDAQ right now. Because it did not break that 400 level. It didn't free fall through that level like expected. It gave a strong rejection as well. I am in at 413.25.
Are you in at the moment?
I'm in at 413.25.
Okay, cool.
When it hit the pivot point and launched back up and retraced that wick within seconds, I went. I go because I want to be in the previous. So the previous candle, I can share.
Yeah, please share.
You can share my screen, or I can go.
So we can see what you're talking there. It's always interesting to see how other traders trade. Let me just add you to the stage quickly. Yeah, and just talk us through it. What you're seeing. Our viewers are here to learn as well. Learn from other traders. Maybe just talk us through what you did.
Yeah. So when we had first opened the show, we were up here. Yeah, when we were open the show, we were up here over the EMA.
Yeah.
And I was talking about I was waiting
Stephen,
for
you're breaking up a little bit there.
In this 400
that's
level
good.
on the lower end of the me. So when it tapped that pivot point and rejected the down here in the 400s in that 400 area and launched back up as this wick was coming up, I noticed that move. So I got in.
Awesome.
Obviously now it's pulling against me. So we'll see how this goes and see if this area here holds. Okay. So my stop point is going to be probably about around this area. I don't want to go too much lower this range. I do know that it could come down and try and pick me out here.
Yeah.
So I want to give myself some room below that Friday's opening range.
Awesome.
So we'll watch. We got a nice rejection here. So that same style rejection that price just made here on the candle, when it came down, touched that pivot point, it pulled back really hard at that same rejection. That's the same move that I made when I entered the trade.
Yes.
I seen that same kind of pushback from it. After already showing support in the area, I know there's a pivot point there.
Gotcha.
So at that point, it's confidence. You know, to pull the trigger like that low, that's over experience and time to try and get in and not wait till the candle expands all the way up here and then enter here and deal with a lot more drawdown.
Get a worse entry.
This drawdown's a little bit easier to handle than it is if I was all the way up. You know?
And you're trading
because I know that
the futures contracts
through experience and time of being in the markets that if I wait too long, go ahead.
You're trading the futures, right?
Correct.
Awesome. Nice. Thanks for sharing. Let's hope it shoots to the moon.
Yeah, so we're looking up here on this fib trade here. On this so I'm using the fib of the daily range right now. So the daily range, this fib is based off of market open price to currently right now the low. So 0 is market open price, the low is 100%, and I'm looking at my levels between there, my 50%. As you can see, we got some pushback off the 50% level above 453 and not getting the rejections that we had seen earlier this morning in pre-market. I may even add to my position, but if I add to my position, I will cover my position as well.
Gotcha.
Yes.
If it comes to the 50 and shows me rejection, then I will probably break even my trade and let it run and then just let it do its thing at that point.
Awesome. Right, so you got your target there at, is that the range high for today? What are we looking at? 1 minute time frame. Cool.
Today's opening range is not complete just yet, so I can visually see the ranges.
I mean today's pre-market range.
Knowing that the open was here. Oh, okay. We took out the low of pre-market. Just visually, I could see we took out the low of pre-market. We opened down here, so.
Yeah, but I'm just asking for the reasoning behind your target where it is at the moment.
Pre-market highs would be 7 o'clock. Yeah, that would basically be targeting pre-market highs. Yes. Gotcha. I'm not targeting the pre-market highs because they're the pre-market highs, though.
Okay.
But it's that's confluence. That's nice confluence to know that that could be what we're looking at going at. The London high is at 480. So that's a possibility because we've already swept the London low.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this 399, 400 area, this is where I want it to hold. I can happily sit in this area in this little bit of draw when it comes against me. It's not uncomfortable because I'm following the trade. I'm following the metrics of the trade. And every trade I take, I know I can win or I can lose. And
that's
That's just trading. 50% of the time, you just click the button. 50% of the time, you're probably going to win or you're probably going to lose. So,
okay,
knowing that, knowing my levels, knowing where I am at on the chart, and respecting that is how I keep my emotions in check to allow sometimes this chop, like earlier this morning that I had to deal with, allowing the market to play out. Like it hasn't flooded below 400. If it does, it'll stop me out. Oh, well, or maybe I close a little sooner if I see some price action that tells me that I'm effed. Using mentally in my brain, as I've told myself things over the years, I know when I say this, that this is probably going to happen. Like deep down, when it comes up the gut, I know when I say, you understand. So it's like right now,
that comes with experience, right?
Hard push
Yes.
were to close hard down like that, I might want to exit, but that's so early in this 1 minute candle. I have time. So
100%. Cool. Well, hopefully it works out. If you got any updates on that trade, then just let us know. I'm just going to quickly finish up here with crude oil, and then I'll pass it back to you guys.
Okay.
So I should pop up there now again. So obviously crude oil's here stuck in a range. We've just taken out this low that was set during pre-market and this high low that was set yesterday. It was around about the 1340 mark, so just after midday. So now we're seeing a little bit of a bounce higher. We might be stuck in this range. Maybe price could move back upwards. Who knows? But from a trading perspective, if I have to switch now to my 1 minute time frame, I want to see a clear break of a previous structure point. And I do apologize, I'm new to this platform. And you can see here, obviously, price took out those lows, those two lows that I was talking about. Do I see a nice, clear price structure point here on the 1 minute? Not really. We had one straight drop to the downside. We had a little wiggle over here before price actually made that low. And price is now trying to make its way back up again. So I can't really count this in my book as a nice structure.
I got stopped. NASDAQ just done.
Did you get taken out?
Yes.
All right. All good?
Yeah, my levels didn't. My level didn't hold. Took me out.
Okay.
As I spoke before, if it did break that level, it was probably gonna free fall. So that's what I'm watching now. We do got
that's what is happening. All right. So we got a strong decline here on crude. I just don't have a nice structure point that I can see here that makes me happy to say, like, has this downtrend sort of at least temporary come to an end? So switching back to the S&P 500, price has now taken out this pre-market low over here. So as you were saying there with the NASDAQ, we might continue very strongly to the downside. We might even make it a little bit lower with this strategy if I was going to trade this, obviously. We might make it until these high lows over here, this little zone that I've drawn there. But rather than overthinking things, I want to be more reactive. I've got to be very quick with this. Do the same as I did there in crude oil. Switch to the 1 minute time frame. And see if I can see a price structure point. So I don't want price to continue much further lower from where it currently is. Obviously, it will do what it wants to. But should we hold here and price starts making its way up again, then the more clearer type of price structure point will probably be around about 5,950, or actually these levels over here, which is pretty far up on the 1 minute time frame for me. I like to have my setups sort of, set up as close possible to the reversal point. Again, I should say potential reversal point. So if price was doing this, for example, and then made a low, then moves higher, breaks that previous high low, then lower high, then I'll be interested in taking along to the upside. But currently it looks like the indices are a little bit weak. So we might just have to sit on our hands a little bit longer and see what happens.
Nice.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on my side. If anything materializes, I'll let you guys know.
Excellent.
Stephen, are you looking at any other levels that you might be interested in going long, or you completely swapped to go low, short now?
I'm currently watching now that we have an opening range break. So the opening range was created 15 minutes. The first 15 minutes of the session was created here. This blue shaded area.
Yeah.
So it was broken. So now I'm looking for it to either retest the range and continue, or come back into this range, maybe up to the 50, and come back and show support before we keep going.
Okay.
Ultimately, though, when I do go to my daily chart, I am looking for some downward movement.
Yeah.
So where I drew it out here, we got the tap to this 50% of this fair value gap, the gap here. So we already did that part. So really, I can move that over, and that point happens. So way back.
Yeah.
So I still need this pullback down, but it came up further than I expected. So now I need to let it play out to see, am I still right about my bearish? And I would need to break the 200 level, around the 200 level, to feel comfortable about getting bearish to take these levels out, another 200 points.
Yeah. Okay.
Today looks like it's already setting up to possibly be an inside bar. But we know how that all works. It's never the same by the end of the day.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes. So if we do come down, and I'm looking at that low at 311 there, and I come back over to my chart here, 311, kind of dips into yesterday's range. So we could see the rejection there. So, I mean, whatever just happened that caused us to turn around like that, whether it's a liquidity sweep or Trump's talking or something of that effect. Now I want to see that we're in this range. Are we going to hold in it and continue back up to where my target was, or is it going to keep pulling down?
You see that structure that you got on your 1 minute there on the NASDAQ,
originally the
would be
400
like
level
a
was
liquidity type set. Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, before 400 was my support level, and then it broke. So now can I reclaim my support, or is it going to turn into resistance? And now it's looking like I'm going to reclaim the support, but
yes.
All right. So we're sitting here currently. Let me just quickly switch by to stage.
There is a push here, yes.
So we're getting a nice push up. I'm already on a 1 minute on the SPX. We did get a nice little price structure break. Obviously, very strong push to the upside. We might get, depending on how this candle close, a pretty large fair value gap over here. And how many minutes we have? About 8 seconds left on this candle. So what I'm going to do is place a resting order. I'm just going to drag it down. And it's actually got pretty large fair value gap here at the moment. I might have to be aggressive with this guy. Let me just, sorry guys, I'm still used to placing orders in this thing. Place a buy limit order there, and on top of that fair value gap, going to be quite aggressive here during these volatile times. Normally I like to wait for price actually to retrace about 50% into that that fair value gap, but in this scenario, and I'm trading too many contracts here at the moment. Let me just place a new order here, sort this out properly. So 5948, trading way too many. I'm just going to use 2. Place a stop loss. And obviously it's got to be a buy. It needs to be a buy limit order. Again, I'm fiddling around here. It's too many. Might have to get in here with a market order just to show how it works. See if we can get a test of that area. Then I'll just get it.
Yeah, we're in the range here. We broke about the 50% of it.
Yeah.
I'll have to see what she does. See if we can get a couple more points before we try. Because I'm looking at that big gap on the NQ is kind of like a breakaway gap.
Yeah.
Where it won't get filled. It'll stay open. It'll test. It'll manipulate.
Yeah, I'm struggling here currently with entering this order. Place a new order.
Yes.
I actually want to go long here now.
Beautiful.
Top
Right at the
loss.
400 levels. Nice.
On about there. So yeah, I need to up this up a little bit. Let's go with 8. And I'm just going to go long here, guys. Not the best entry, but it is what it is. Stop loss is going to go below the swing low here. And then we'll see if we can actually ride this out to the upside. Should price continue upwards.
Nice.
So I'm just going to log this quickly. And see what happens.
Nice. So meanwhile, Richard, I have a question to answer.
Please go ahead.
Okay, no problem. The James, Igor, could you take through a gold also and the US dollar, Japanese yen? Do you have a potential entry price or just an area? Okay, I will just present my charts just for the James.
Okay.
Okay, let me start from the gold. So I'm watching the
Igor, just let me see if I can get your charts. There we go. Should come up now. There we go.
Excellent. So if we go and analyze the gold, gold is a little bit tricky to trade. Last several days, actually last week. And the reason for that is that we have some kind of the choppy price for gold. If we just take a 30-minute chart and zoom out, as I did, you can see my relative strength index indicator here. As you can see, from the 50 May, we started to go up, then down, then up, then down. And every single cycle is lower and lower. And right now, we are starting to go really bullish, very ready to break this resistance level. So there is of course two ways how we can trade this. One of the trades that you can create, which can be a little bit not risky, is to enter right now to the gold, make a buy order, and just be below this resistance here to make a stop loss. This is one of the ideas for the gold. And another thing is to wait to touch this green line to see the reaction and to see where the market is going. So the problem with gold is that it's going up, down, up, down. We are right now we are almost in the resistance somehow, and we need really to wait to see will the market will break or start to go down again. The same problem we have with the US dollar index, as you can see right now. So it is just opposite than gold. We were bearish, then bullish, then bearish, then bullish, and right now we are beginning the new bearish cycle, which is with the lowest volatility right now, and we don't know what will happen here. So the problem is that the last hour last half hour is some kind of the manipulation period, because it was the US opening range. So I would like to wait at least half hour to see what market wants to do, and maybe then to enter into the gold and any other asset. So right now, I don't know what to think. Either my trades like British pound dollar and euro dollar right now creating some bullish attempt last 1 hour, but I don't know, is it retesting the old price levels, or just a small correction after the bearish leg, or not? So we need really at least half hour to make decision what will happen here. You ask about US dollar Japanese yen too. So I talked about US dollar Japanese yen on weekly chart, but right now I'm watching the US dollar Japanese yen 30-minute chart. And on this chart, you can see how market is a little bit choppy here, maybe sideways. And if we analyze the market, the same principle we can apply here. You can create this trend line here, which is a little bit bullish. This one, which can be maybe bearish still, and we are nowhere actually for US dollar Japanese yen. Even these trend lines are not clear, not good. So what I would like to see here, I'll maybe go to the 1 hour chart. Maybe it's a better. I really want to see some push lower, some early close there, and then maybe to enter into the trade. But I don't have yet the clear levels. And the good thing is that US dollar is weaker, but I don't know will it be on the daily level. The problem is that right now, in this moment, for US dollar index, we are 0.09% bearish. So actually, we're on the Asia Open right now, and we don't have a clear trend, either bullish, either bearish. And there is one more trade that I'm watching right now, which is interesting outside the US dollar, because the US dollar is really tough to predict right now. It's a euro dollar Canadian euro Canadian dollar, and this movement is a little bit interesting for me. What I'm looking for is this. I would like to see maybe correction up to this blue line here, and then I would like to make a sell order. I will just draw that on the chart too, just to see how that looks like. So I see the bearish bias here, but maybe we'll have another leg before we start to go down. And the good thing is, I see that Canadian dollar is a little bit stronger. We got a very good fundamental data today for the Canadian dollar. Maybe that will push the market a little bit. Another side, euro is nowhere, and maybe together when we match euro and CAD, maybe this can go bearish. If you watch the 4-hour chart, we can see that the bullish structure too, and this is the little bit tricky. So this is why I'm waiting to see some move which will change better this perception here. So on the 4-hour chart, as you can see, we have a bullish bias yet. So I would like to see some push, either to break this blue line on the 4-hour chart, either to push higher and then go down on a 4-hour chart. So I'm watching this. This can be really, really interesting. One of the beautiful scenarios can be that we touch this blue line, then we see one bearish candle, and after that move to downside. That can be interesting trade, but I'm just watching right now as a potential trades.
Awesome.
So guys, how is going on your side? Is any move and push on NASDAQ or S&P 500?
Price is trying to move back upwards on my side. Let me just share that quickly again. Price pulled in pretty deeply into that fair value gap. I'm just going to make it a bit thicker so you can see what's going on there. So with a strong push up, correction lower, I think price might be gunning towards this recent push high as high Although I hope it's not just some sort of an ABC type of correction and then see a move lower again. So if price can reach this high at 8953, then I'll start trading my stop a little bit higher, possibly just almost halving it from where it is currently. But we're trying to see, we are getting a little bit of a push out of that fair value gap, but still early days.
Nice.
What do you see on your side, Stephen?
Yeah, it's a classic day trader effect that happened.
Yeah.
When it broke up, I was like, I'm expecting it to be a breakaway gap. Regardless, you still got to deal with that pressure, whatever pressure it is, but you understand your levels, and beyond that, if it were to have flooded past it, then I would be, more worried. But because we came to it, it took 1, 2, 3, 4 candles before it finished its sweep, and now it's moving away right away. That's good. And so now we're back over my 400 area that I've been looking for support.
Gotcha. So for an entry, will you be waiting for another retest of one of your pivot levels, or?
Very light news day.
Yeah.
At least in the US.
Tomorrow, yeah, we don't have any high impact news events until Thursday, I think.
Yes, no news.
From the US side, though. Unemployment claims, flash manufacturing, PMI services. Very light on the economic calendar this week. Yeah.
Yes, this is the real.
Range is trying to hold, but
yeah,
it looks very weak.
Right now, it's really tricky.
1 minute candle. Very tricky right now.
Yes, we cannot find the bias.
Sense like I'm still trading. I'm still trading in the sense that they're trying. I feel like they're trying to chase me out. I'm trying to be chased out. I'm right. It wants to go long. They're just putting that pressure, trying to fit me, trying to get me to go short. And
that happened to me last week. 2-3 days in a row, where you eventually write about it, you get mashed up in that volatility, up and down, and then eventually it goes your direction. It happens.
Yes, interesting.
But anything happening on your side, Igor?
Right now, I'm watching something interesting.
Preferably.
Okay, maybe Stephen has something. Can I share my chart?
Just what's on my chart here. I'm just looking for this to be, the stopping point here. I don't want to see this go too much lower here on the 5-minute chart. As you can see with this indicator that I use, we got a vertical line posted at 10 o'clock. So this would be the time when I'm looking for that movement up to the top here to these London highs, pre-market highs.
Yes.
Right, Igor.
It's also yesterday's Asia's high.
Okay, I can share my screen if.
Yeah, please do.
Ready, no problem. I will just show what I'm watching right now. So what I'm watching right now is I try to figure out, is this a false breakout or real breakout, or that we have push after the US session open. So I hope that you see my chart. What I'm watching right now is on futures market, when we have real volumes, I'm watching the volume divergence, which is the indicator just below this my chart. It's a price volume divergence. It's a free indicator you can add on the chart. You can use the ordinary volume and watch how volume looks like, but in this way get a better look. So as you can see on 1 hour chart, we're still keep that volume here. But if you go to the 15-minute chart, you can see we're still in a some kind of the bearish volume. We are pushing higher right now, and this is the very interesting. Will we go more higher and then maybe try to break 1.34, or we will just start to go another direction? So this is the moment when I need to decide which side we need to be, and the bias is really mixed. So when we watch 1 hour, for example, we can see the bullish market structure, really bullish market structure without any doubt. When we watch on the 4-hour chart, the similar situation, we are bullish, very close to the resistance without any problem. But the problem exists when we watch a 30-minute chart, and these movements, have a higher high, and we went down, then a little bit higher, but lower than previous one, and now we are approaching again to upside, but with a little bit low volume. So this is the moment when I need to decide: is this real volume, and this volume will go bearish or bullish, or more sellers or buyers right now? So this is the moment that I'm trying to see. I'm very close maybe to enter into some sell trade, because the US Open manipulation, I think it's over. We are in this zone here. So I will try to enter into the trade and to see what will be the solution there. So I will just share my platform screen for trading. Just a moment. Just to log out from the current chart. It's a little bit slower. Do you still see my chart? Okay, I will stop. I will stop here. I hope it will be yes. Okay, so I'm entering to the trading platform.
Okay, just share your charts there, Igor. It's not showing at the moment.
Yes, it's rejected me, but I'm very stubborn. So now we will see it soon, I hope. Do you see?
No, it's not popping up. No.
Okay.
I don't see it, Igor.
I will do that again, no problem.
Okay.
We need to be. I hope now we will see it.
There we go. Something's happening. You should come up now.
I hope. Yes, this is good. This is good. So, okay. So what I'm looking for is, I'm watching, of course, I'm watching Euro Dollar CAD, but I want to see some better move there. Right now, I will go to the British Pound Dollar. Just a moment to find. This is the British Pound Dollar chart. Okay. And we're just a moment to get something. It's not good with chart. Okay, right now we're too high on the 1.3372, which is a little bit dangerous, because I want to see the weaker momentum there. We are still very, very strong, but we can create and try to do something more. Okay, I'm ready to make a sell order. What I will do, I will make a I should make a little bit lower risk trade, because this trade is a little bit counter trend, because we have the push upside, but we have a very strong barrier at 1.34. So I made a sell order, and I will just set a stop loss. My stop loss will be 3403, and my take profit, my first profit here, should be at price level 331. But of course, I'm ready to watch the whole day market moves, and if I see that the price is not near to the target or far away from the target, I will close my trade earlier. But this is the one of the first target that I want to see here. So this is the risk of 30 pips, and the take profit 1 to 2 risk reward ratio, and I hope it will hold. Of course, the problem is that the US dollar index is a little bit lower, and this push is too high, which is not, I don't feel comfortable for this trade, but we will watch. From the beginning, when I enter, I see that the price maybe start to go down, because I catch the peak. So we will see. We will see. This is the trade related to the British pound dollar, and for all other trades, I will be out without any trades related to US dollar. Maybe only euro dollar CAD, but I really need a good price to enter in that trade. So I will just stop my screen, and we will see the price here related to the British pound dollar. But I think that price for British pound dollar is really choppy today, and only the good thing is that this level 1.34 is really strong. So I think in the last 2 weeks we tried to break, and there's no momentum there. I don't see the breakout momentum that can destroy this resistance and go above that. But everything can change. Everything can change.
Cool. Stephen, what's happening your side? Anything? Stephen, can you hear us?
Dealing with a little draw. Trying not to focus too hard on it. Trying to break up over this 400 level and give me that push that I've been looking for.
Okay.
I'm out, being as much pull back that I can handle. The red line was here. So I'm glad we closed. When we closed low, we came back up. And we're holding these lows. We're holding that swing low where you said your stop is as well. So that's nice to see as well. That is something that I do. I'm very big on mentals and technicals, or on my mentals over my technicals. So I know that if I watch my trade and draw down, then I might make stupid decisions about it. I can still watch the chart, but I don't need to see my P&L on the chart because I know my levels.
Yes.
I know where I'm invalidated. I know where I'm trying to go. I'm aware of where my entry is as well. So when it comes to my entry, I also sometimes want to get that let me check it. Well, I know I'm at my entry, so what am I checking? It's going to say 0 or around 0, so I want to see it get above that before I open the chart, see green, and then be like, oh my goodness, where am I move my stop, and then make that mistake as well. So I'm very big on the mentals and how your brain can trick you, all the times that you get in a trade, you move your stop a little too quick, and then it just runs like crazy. If I would have waited 30 seconds, literally sometimes waiting 30 more seconds would have been enough to put your stop exactly where you had ended up putting it, but it wouldn't have been clipped. It clipped and moved and never came back to that ever again. And it's why? And that was not bad technicals. You were right about your trade. You convinced yourself you weren't, or you made the mistake that you weren't, and put your stop in the wrong place.
Exactly.
So right now I'm hovering around my entry. So
okay.
I'm watching. We need to push above my entry is right here about the below at the 10. So I'm doing here. Oops, apologize. I'm here around my entry. And now I'm bringing my stop up. Now that we haven't broke this swing low, you know, the stop was down here. I don't even want to break out of this range, or I might even close the trade. If we come back out of this range, I might even just close the trade before it even gets here, because that's a lot of risk. Honestly, that's a decent amount of risk. And normally, I have a lot of screens, and I'm trying to keep things collected to be able to share more smoothly with everyone. But normally, if I was going to just take one contract, I would take it in 10 micros rather instead, so I could manage it a little bit better. I could, if I'm a little bit long, I could scale out a little bit, but not completely get out of my position. Or if I'm a little right, I could scale out a little bit, but not completely get out of it and let my runner run. Because because if I get in this one NASDAQ and it starts running and I want to take a little profit, I can't. I just can't. I'm reliant. I'm reliant on putting my stop in the correct place, and I get no wiggle room. And if you can, and I've learned over the years, if you can't handle the drawdown, then you're risking too much. You know, if you can't handle the fact that you might be going into some drawdown, and this is where I got to put my stop. It's not about how much. It's about the technicals of where your stop's going. Can you handle that much? You know,
correct.
If you can't, then you're just over risking, over leveraging, and that's just not conducive to good trading.
Yeah. But I mean, the micro is great for that too. Like you said, take profits along the way or scale out. Yeah. I do like the
So my first trade was like looking for a 3R type. Now I'm going for like a double. I'm going for a 2R. Less of a, it's more risk, but less of a distance. And if I do make it, if I make it where I'm targeting now to the 76 level, a little bit less, I will make back my earlier loss times 2 and a little more. So then overall it would be a 50% trade day, you know, 50% win, one loss. Winners outdo the losses is the goal. If I lose, this is the end of the day, and gotta reassess, because I'll be either one, I'm not seeing the market right, and I'm probably over emotional now. You know, I was emotional earlier, now I'm a little more emotional, and every loss is going to make you even more emotional, and it's going to make trading tough.
Spirals out of control.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
So we're looking okay here. I want to see what happens around the VWAP. I might even cover around the VWAP. I don't really want to, because that would be about the 500 of my last trade. And I feel
where's
like
your
VWAP?
VWAP? Is that
right
the
away,
orange line?
Yes.
Yeah, the VWAP is the orange line here.
Okay, cool.
It's at 434.30 currently.
It's going up, just very slow.
Just to ask, this VWAP is the session VWAP?
No, this VWAP is for the daily.
Daily. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just to know.
$1,800.
Yes.
That's every day. I'm sure if I go to regular trading hours, it would. Session VWAP is actually below us. Currently, the session VWAP and the 21 EMA are about the same location. Come back to electronic for the 1800, it's actually above us. Excellent. I don't like looking at red. So we're rejecting 930 open. My other chart's got some other levels on it. My 50% of the daily range from that 1800 open price to the current low of the day. New York midnight is resting right there as well. So that's confluences. I view as confluences. So if we could break that New York midnight price, which is for NQ is at 21,434, I see the continuation up that me and Richard are looking for.
Okay.
That whole area. I seen a gentleman in the chat is actually short in that area. So
Yes.
Yeah, we got Robert, the short, the NASDAQ, as he calls it.
NASDAQ, yes.
21,430. Robert's he's a dedicated viewer. He's here almost every day. Robert, you still holding? You out already? You still with us?
Nice to meet you.
And to all our viewers, if you got any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yes, please.
And we'll get them answered for you.
I as well have a personal strategy that I use, something I developed myself. I kind of gave myself, it started out as like an arbitrary kind of thing. Like, I'm tired of looking at New York midnight or looking at 9:30 open or daily highs and daily lows. I need to look at something else that nobody else is looking at. Find myself some ranges that nobody else is looking at. And so I taught myself coding to give myself that edge, I guess. Right.
Oh, nice.
Excellent. Excellent.
So in this
codes as well.
price action currently around with this model, seeing that I have a gap up in here, I want to see this price come up and fill this gap that's left in this range. Oh, yeah, I'm not on my chart. Is a weekly open gap. I'm not really sure which weekly open gap it is. Focusing too much on which weekly open. Oh, it's going to go down to April's and all that is more confusion, I believe.
Yeah.
All I need to know is that we couldn't break 50% of that gap for a weekly gap, and we're pushing back out of it. So that's that 400 level that I'm looking at. So now that we've left the range that was created this morning,
yes,
I want to see it return back to it and actually clear the gap that was left open inside of that. I can turn this to this chart. The indicators tracks different price action, I guess, as it changes its time frame. And I use odd time frames. I don't use the 5 minute. I use the 7 minute. Everybody else is looking at the 7 minute. I want to look at something else. Same thing over here with the 15. I look at the 17.
yes.
Everybody else is looking at the 7. I want to look at something else. And I actually find that the 7 minute chart is cleaner. It is pretty clean. It stays pretty clean. It doesn't wick out too much.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
Compare over here. Here's a 5 minute chart.
Yeah, trying to avoid what everyone else is doing.
There's some of the
Yes.
somewhere. Did get a good strong wick here, but just, it's all fractal either way. Here's that 400. Can you just go away? Of course, yesterday I started losing my voice.
Robert's saying he's still holding. We did take profits on that scalp, but went back in on a short. It's looking long, but trying to stick to a strategy to see if the win-loss percentage plays out the rest of the month. Good job, Robert. Well done.
I like
Stick to your guns.
Sticking to it. That's what it's all about. Because like I was speaking earlier, you can go into profit and not reach your target and chase your own self out, and then it goes, and now you're in trouble. Now you're in trouble. Now you might chase even higher. You lose your entry, make all the mistakes, and because you didn't stick to what you had said. I'm going to do this. Wait for this. If I'm out, I'm out. I'm in. I'm in. And, accepting that. A lot of the time we're going to lose half the trades we take, and I've noticed over the years as I've gotten better at trading. I've been a prop firm trader. I'm a grassroots trader. I don't have a traditional education in the finance industry. So as I started getting 2 payouts, and then the payouts started growing and all that, you can watch the metrics on the prop firms, and I started noticing that my win rate was going down. My win rate wasn't 70% anymore. Now it's like 65 and then 60%. And over time, because I realized that some of the better hitters are only at 50%. Now, you can be a 50% trader, but as long as your losers are smaller than your winners, you're a winning trader, right? And that's generally what I see, you know, in the industry. So it actually started to excite me that I was like that, because then I look at my winning day percentage and I'm around 80-90% winning days. So 80-90% of the time I walk away green on the whole day. Half the trades I may have lost, but I'm green on the whole day. And so that kind of takes away some of that fear, you know, and being able to accept that that's how trading is and that's how it's going to be. You're never going to win every trade.
Yeah. Accept it.
You're absolutely right, Stephen, because I talked with this story about Jannie, and we realized 70% of the time we have the right bias, but our winning rate is usually around 50% then, because as you mentioned, we are ready to remove the losing trades, and we don't care about winning ratio. We want good risk reward, and we will hold good trades to the end of the day, close that trade and make a nice profit. So the P&L, the profit, is most important thing, and not winning ratio, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Igor, how's your trade going?
Yes, I'm watching right now a few things. I just try to analyze the volume right now. I will just show you a few things that I'm watching right now. The first thing that I just figure out right now is that, for example, Bitcoin. Everyone wants to get the new highs and to go upper and upper and upper, etc. But I see that the volume decreased a little bit, even that we have right now some push here. If you go to the daily chart, I'm watching Bitcoin futures because we have a real good volumes there. You can see, look, this daily volume is going down. We are going up, but the volume is going down. So I think it will be some kind of the correction for Bitcoin. I'm not 100% sure, but there is a chance that right now we are in some kind of resistance, and maybe it will be some corrective wave after the new highs. So this bearish volume is one of the indicators for that. On the other side, I'm watching the volume, of course, and for my trade, because I realized that even that we last couple hours really have a huge up move. First, on the daily chart, you can see how this volume decreased during the whole May. Now, if you watch the 1 hour chart, we can see we have the volume that increased last day, but whole this day we're a little bit sideways here. So I think that we don't have a strength to go above 1.34. But the only thing that I'm worried is maybe the market can create that kind of the trade where we are at the end of the day, we reach this area near to the 1.34, then we sleep few hours during the Asia session, and in the morning we start to go and break above that. But of course, this is only scenarios that I have. But right now, what I'm looking for is, for example, this is the 30-minute chart. Our volume is not increase, it's decrease. So this is why I think that this push is a false push, and it will go down sooner or later. But the only question is, will my stop loss hold or not? So I'm watching, and I think this is the really beginning of the volume decrease. So we will see. So like I repeat this sentence all the time, the best trades are the toughest trades, because you enter in really bad moment, and you hope that you catch, for example, high price when you want to sell, and this is why you need to be a little bit patient when market is going sideways.
It makes you sweat a little bit.
Yes, always in trading any sport. Yes, This is
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, guys. My side, I mean, price has just been running
Yes.
sideways. Probably your side as well, Stephen. Nothing to really update. Still in my trade, but fluctuating just around about where that fair value gap is. I'm thinking we're probably seeing some sort of a triangle here at the moment. And as we know, that could break any way, up or down, right? If this is a
Yes.
triangle, it should be something like that.
Almost falling by.
So, yeah, I'm hoping for clearance above this upper trend line, and let's see. Guys, we've got about 10 minutes left for this session. Again, from our viewers, firstly, thanks for being here, watching.
Of course.
If you got any questions,
Awesome.
still got about 10 minutes left.
Yes, please. And if you have some setup to share with us, please share so we can discuss, maybe give you some clue there.
Yeah.
It will be
Happy
nice.
to do that.
I'm seeing some push in US dollar index. Are there any push in the indices right now?
No, I mean, I'm looking at the S&P 500. It's just running sideways, but I'm looking at a 1 minute time frame. So, like I said, I think we're stuck in a little bit of a triangle there. So hopefully it's got a bullish outcome, though.
Yes.
Not that I trade triangles,
Yeah,
but
going up
it looks like it's pretty much there, right?
Yeah, going up a little bit in time frame almost looks like a bear flag or a falling wedge. It's the same thing.
Whereabouts you from, Stephen? This is our first time together.
Distribution down, flagging. Sorry. Move this over. Flagging. It's becoming more of a 50-50. As the time goes along, it's becoming more of a 50-50 feel. Because
Yes.
this is a pretty long time to be
Yes.
chopping like this. So, and back to kind of how I was feeling earlier, is it just trying to chase me out? Now it's just going to chop like this and chop and chop and chop and just try and get me out of that position. And I'm pretty confident with coming up to at least 76.
Stephen, did
First,
you
I
try
want to see the open 9:30 open price break and hold, and then I want to see the midnight break and hold.
Sorry, Igor, you were saying?
I just want to ask Stephen, did he try to trade this strategy on stocks?
For the opening range, no. I use my personal strategy that I developed when I go to stocks. So like here for the S&P here,
Okay.
or for SPY, I got this on SPY, so I'll trade options with this. I would use the same style indicators, creating the ranges, looking for it to come up and that range, go above it, and go below.
Yes.
Right now, though, our position is making some moves.
Yeah.
We are coming to this VWAP, and it's decision time for me now. Do I want to break even myself and just take the 500, or do I want to let it run? At this point, I'm going to go with how do my emotions feel? You know, the good push. Let's go. How do my emotions feel? Do I really want to move my stop? Am I getting greedy? I was talking about adding if we broke the top of the range. Do I still feel like after all that heat that I should still do that? I'm going to let this candle close and see if it closes in the top of the range, in between or below the VWAP before I make my decision. Because we're in that 1 minute candle. So I want to see what the candle made me think Now I want to see the whole candle produce and actually show me the price action of what did I think what was right or not. So we closed in that range. I want to see VWAP hold. 50% of the range could be the pullback before it comes up. So, or when it took off, is it one of those times where I'm like, it can't keep going. I'll get the pullback and then we're going to buy. But it never pulls back for me and it just keeps going. And I'm like, I should buy. And then when you do, it reverses. One of those moments. If I feel those emotions, like I wait for the pullback, it's not sorry. I just go because I know that I'm not going to make that decision. I need to make it fast because we could get that momentum. Like this momentum right here is carrying us. So if it were to have exploded over, say, this high and I was not in the market, I need to make my decision really quick because I could get this movement, set my break even right away. That's some momentum trading. I'm fast with my stop on momentum moves. This one I waited, so I'm trying not to be too quick with my stop, but I do want to protect myself. So I'm going to leave myself.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing on my side to
profit,
really go close to my entry, probably break even.
But I'm pretty confident in my 476, so I don't want to just roll my stop up too high and get clipped out too early because I want that VWAP to hold now.
Yes,
because I'm looking, like I said, I'm looking for that manipulation, right? So we have been coming down, and is it chasing me out? How many people are buying and trying to reach VWAP? So you have people out there who are chasing the VWAP. So now it could have flipped them, those people chasing, bearish, and now we get our distribution. You know, and if we're looking at a lot of traders lose. You know, a lot of traders have a hard time and struggle in the market and lose. You know, that we kind of need to be doing the opposite of some things sometimes. You know, and I attribute that as emotions and the mental side of trading, because what do we all share? You know, the conscious mind. You know, the conscious mind and the way we think and the way our emotions can be affected by fear, greed, and all that stuff. And so, as I said in the beginning, I'm definitely a big mindset trader and using that to my advantage rather than letting it destroy me.
Excellent. I see the question from the James again. Just to add, what I have to share is that British pound dollar is also looking like a bullish flag that could breed to the upside. But I'm waiting for the price to hit around 1.3415 before I place a sell. Nice spot, James. However, my decision to make a sell order was because I noticed that volume on futures decrease and the price increase. So what I'm looking for is and think that there will be no momentum to reach 1.34. However, market can surprise me and go in another direction, of course. Right now, what I'm looking for on the chart, I'm seeing a 50 minutes candle. We have a bearish candle, last bearish candle, and maybe we'll push lower because we reach 1.337, which was one of the resistance during the Euro session in one middle point. So we will see what will be the end of the day. But just because I see that there is a lack of momentum and lack of volume, I think that British pound dollar can go down. But everything depends on the US dollar index and on which side US dollar index wants to go. And just to say about this sentence from Robert, I'm out now on mine. That was rough trying to stay motionless in the trade. You're absolutely right. I think that one of the best trades is to be flat. So nice, Robert, and nice, James. So I really wish you a lot of good luck and a nice setups for your trades.
Right, guys, we've got about a minute left on our session. I have to unfortunately leave after this. My wife's got to pick me up after work. I did not take my motorbike because it's raining like crazy. I've got to take profit just to buy this little swing over here. So, yeah, I'm going to go to break even here. see if price can reach that
Beautiful.
target and either be done with it. But
And
like
this
I
is the
mentioned, we have
time when I
another
wish I
minute
took 10 micros.
yeah, and scale out.
This is the
Yes.
time I wish I had 10 on, because I would take a little bit off here. For me, I would take a little bit off, especially, we had this rejection here and then we pushed through. If I had multiple on, I may take 3 of my micros if I had 10 going right now, just to
It's just that I
lock
cannot
in a little
monitor
bit
the
back of what I
markets
had
when I leave on this platform. So I'm going to be done with it. It is profitable. Quick $50 there. So pretty happy.
Excellent.
Did have to wait. Did have to struggle. Obviously, the risk reward was a little bit skewed. But I'm thinking also that this could be a bullish triangle or part of a correction. But whatever the case might be, Stephen, I hope your target gets reached. We have reached the end of our session. To everyone here, thanks for all the questions today. Please stick around for our next round of coaches. If you guys got anything else to add, Stephen, Igor, please do. Otherwise, we'll just stop things here. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Don't know about you guys.
Excellent.
Oh, no, that's about it. Thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate
Awesome.
trading with you guys.
Great meeting you, James. Good trade there.
Hearing what everybody had to
Yes.
say and good comment.
Perfect.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Nice to meet you, Stephen, and I wish you a great day, guys.
Cheers, James. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, Michael and I nearly said Jannie and Paul.
What's
How's
up,
it going, guys?
All right, Michael. Good to see you. Jannie, nice to see you.
Hey,
Yeah,
both
nice to
you
see
two
you.
as well.
How was your day? How was your day? Did you guys get anything to trade? No?
I've been content creating, so no trades. What about you, Mike?
Nah, not much going on today. I was watching crude oil. It's like close to setting up. Same thing for USD CHF and USD CAD, but nah, none of them confirmed. So slower day for me, to say the least.
Yeah, I've got a few setups we can look at. Whether they come to fruition during the 90 minutes, we'll have to cross our fingers. Do you think to look at later?
Yeah. Good luck with that one. But anyway, yeah. So
What about you, Jannie?
No, nothing. I'm still in that gold trade from Friday.
Okay.
A long gold trade, but I just want to share my screen here. I am now on this. What is this GUI trade matchstick?
Yeah, match trader. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have to use this now. So this is going to be interesting. Learning a new platform is always a bit. Where's this button? Where do I find that? Like,
Right. How do I do this? How do I do that?
Yeah. But
one of the most difficult ones sometimes for me is when you want to take off partials. It's like, how do you take off partials and not close the whole damn trade?
Well, I don't even know how to place a trade yet. I can see buy and sell here, but we'll place the trade now.
Good. This is good because I felt completely out of sorts over the last few weeks, and everyone was like, "You don't know how to use an exchange," and I'm like, "Really not."
Say no, not this one. MT4, MT5, DX trade, all that's fine. But match, even C trader, all that's fine. But this one in particularly, this is like at the bottom of the list for me. Like,
yeah, so it's gonna take me some time to just. I'll watch a couple of videos. I've been given this today, so forgive me if I kind of stumble my way through today. But I'm looking at Bitcoin, and we've been trading to the side for some time, as you all know, and then it looked like we wanted to break out, and then we came right back into the range, and then it tried to push back higher, and it failed to break that high. So yeah, you can also see a divergence between price and the RSI on the 4-hour time frame. So I'm going to look and see if I can take a short. I'm going to just go to the smaller time frames and see if something is lining up. So right here, we can see, now I'm personally not exactly a fan of the taking pretty quick trades on the 15, but let's see if this one can work out, right? So it's basically just based off the 4-hour time frame, what I just showed you, right? That divergence in price. I would like Bitcoin to go lower. Obviously, it can just push higher, but this retrace right to this this retest to this breakout level on the 15-minute time frame. This is the reason for my trade. We did get a rejection of there, so I'm gonna take this trade here. Oh, that's a beautiful little sound. So now, where's my trade? Why does it not? Where do you see your trade? Do you know? You do not have any open positions.
yeah,
I do.
See,
I just placed one.
no, you're not open yet because you see at the top it'll say the profit and loss, so it ain't open yet just yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to do it. I keep pressing the buttons.
It enjoys putting obstacles in your way. So
okay, so is there like something you need to like do or?
Well,
All
again,
right, well, I can't.
Like the blind leading the blind, mate. If I'm honest, but
All right, I don't. Okay, but this is the trade I want to take, right? Yeah, that breakout retest, but it's coming over the 4-hour time frame.
We'll stay with you. Let's work it out together.
It just doesn't. It just makes a little sound, and that's it.
Well, that must be an error then, right?
Yeah, but why does it not say error or just kind of a little bit of a like a Oh, there we go.
notification or
What's
something.
manual? Yeah. Okay. So open the trade.
Yours is very different to mine.
Why is it not want to open the trade? I could have lost the trade by now. This is not want to opening it. Okay. I don't know how to open this trade. It's not doing it. I'm not even sure. Maybe the account is not active yet. Anyway, that's where I wanted to go short, right? So we'll come back for this one. And because it's a pretty short-term trade, I mean, ideally, I would probably go for something like this. Let me just show you here, maybe around this area here, that support level coming up there.
Well, I'll do it for you. Let's do it. So
All right.
do it in a minute. What's your entry point?
It's non-existent, but it's currently trading at, well, there are two prices, 104,668.
Yeah, that works. Take profit at what?
Take profit at 103,405.
All right. Well, you have a chat about that, and I'll put it on, and we can just look at it later.
Yeah, put it on.
I'm
your
actually
account.
liking DJ shorts right now on an ID 50 move.
Did you say like what? Oh, BTC or did you say BJ?
Euro GJ GBP.
Oh, GJ.
Shorts
Oh,
on
right.
an ID
Okay.
50 move.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so-
I'm actually gonna get into this. Actually,
Okay, we'll do that just in a moment. All right, so that
take it cool.
so that's Bitcoin. That is the trade I would like to place, but doesn't want to do it. Okay, so the next market,
Do you have a stop loss for me?
yeah. The stop loss is 105, 110.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, so that is okay. So that's Bitcoin. We'll see. Let me just draw this line again, and we'll see if that one works. Okay, that would be. I don't know what that would be. All right. So again, this is based off the 4-hour time frame. Just that divergence. What happened here? Okay. So just the divergence of price based on the RSI and the fact that we've been in this range and it just kind of struggled, it came back up and it just made that lower high. So if you look on the 4-hour time frame, that take profit level is not unrealistic at all, right? It could potentially move lower. So we'll see how that one works out. Okay, and then the next one is the pound US dollar. Okay, so the pound US dollar. Oh wow, it remembered my drawings. So we had this head and shoulder formation. We spoke about this so many times. There's the close below, and then we pushed back higher, and then we formed that lower high, and then we formed that diagonal line. Paul, you'll remember this. And now we broke, in yesterday's session, we broke out of that diagonal line, and we broke that 1.336 level, which is this latest lower high of this diagonal line. We broke out of that. Can you see this clearly? Can you see this clearly or not?
Well, I'm looking at another platform, but I can now.
Okay. All right. So so we broke out of that. And yesterday's session, I just mentioned that it's not a good idea to take the trade right now because we already exceeded the ATR. In fact, we exceeded it by like 40%. So when you find yourself in that position, even when the trade looks like it's perfect to go long, if you find yourself that you already extended on the ATR, it's probably not a good idea to take the trade. So it did come lower. And these first two candles happened overnight. That first candle pushed higher. But if you look at the smaller time frames, there was pretty much no entry. If you look, let me just go to the 15-minute time frame here. Wow. This looks so different. This is tricky. This is very difficult. Okay.
It is.
It's really,
I
really
had a
difficult.
similar experience. One time I got my girl an account, and she signed up on her own, and she got like the Max Trader. I'm like, oh, okay. All platforms are the same. It can't be that big of a deal. It come to take the trade. I got in the trade. Everybody else got in the trade. I come to her laptop to try to open it. I could not figure out how to execute a trade on this damn thing.
So, but anyway, anyway, there was no entry. There was no entry this morning. So back to the 4-hour time frame. Maybe let's go to the 1-hour time frame. So yeah, Paul, you pointed out yesterday that if we just extend this diagonal line lower, then a support or a bounce off that diagonal line is definitely 1 point or one level of interest. And then the next one was, I think Igor pointed out the Fibonacci retracement levels. So yeah, you can see that the price did bounce off this diagonal line. Remember, this diagonal line comes off this on the 4-hour time frame, right? Right, this making the lower highs and then breaking it, okay, and then you above that 1336 level, very strong support, and then it became below. So we wanted to see how it behaves at that diagonal line, and it did bounce off there. So it bounced up there quite nicely, and now it looks like we are above the 1336 level again. I will not take a trade right now on the pound US dollar. I will wait for it tomorrow morning and see if we can see some sort of pattern that makes sense, right? And typically what I would want to see is like a consolidation with a breakout or a double bottom or all of the other stuff, or even an engulfing candle is what I want to see. But we are trading above that level. I just don't like price action itself, but we did get that bounce off that diagonal line. So I still think the longs are on. It's just on Wednesday we have a lot of news coming out. Is it on Wednesday? Or was it Thursday? No, it's Thursday. Is it the manufacturing PMI and the flash services PMI and yeah? So
Thursday.
Say again?
Yeah, Thursday. Oh, just to confirm, we're in that trade now.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. I'll send you my PayPal. You can just send me the profits.
Yeah, I won't be waiting for that.
All right, so the pound US dollar has now has just completed more steps in terms of like for the readiness in terms of taking this trade. So got that bounce of the diagonal line. For now, we are above the 1336 level. Now it really just depends on how tomorrow shapes up. If it's going to be really rough again and just spiking up and spiking down like it did this morning, then I'll just wait a little bit more until I can get some clarity. But my bias is definitely still long, just because we broke all of these we broke that diagonal line, and you can also see this inverted head and shoulders. And the pound US dollar over the longer term, I do think is going to head higher. Okay. So that's the pound US dollar. And then the next one is what? Oh yeah, gold. So gold, I entered a trade on Friday, right on this this engulfing candle. Yeah, this is also, let me just see if I can find the daily time frame here and show you where that came from. So this level, yeah. Okay. 3167. Okay. So there was a trade earlier in the week where I caught this entire move there. That was a 1-to-11 risk reward ratio. So that was a beautiful one. And nice. Then the next day, on Friday, we bounced off again off this daily support level. That was on a Friday, with that engulfing candle. So that's exactly what I mentioned just on the pound US dollar. Like in terms of what you wait for confirmation, it needs to be something that kind of makes sense, right? That most people will be familiar with. Nothing fancy, just like you've heard of it before, right? But it needs to make sense, the trade. So this is the trade I'm in right now. So I basically just wote. I saw that engulfing candle, waited for price to break that high. So that's where I entered. The stop loss is obviously just below that engulfing candle. That will invalidate the trade if it goes there. And now let me just remove that. The take profit is based on, if you go to the 4-hour time frame, you'll probably see it clear. I expect this to fill the gap. Okay, so that would be about a 1-to-5 risk reward ratio trade. So it's not as big as the 1-to-11, but I mean, I'll take it if I can get it. but so far it's looking pretty good. And if you zoom out, I mean, you'll be familiar with this, Paul, but I'm basically waiting. If I do want to short gold, it's going to be this. Okay, just a third touch of that diagonal line. That's where I would like to take a short. Okay, if it can go there, then that to me, because I think we because I do think gold's going to come down, but it's not going to come down where you think it's going to come down, right? It's first going to go up, and that's again, if you look on, if I just give you the reasons quickly, it's like if you go to the monthly time frame, right? The month. Oh, the heck? Okay, so. At the time, I don't know if you can remember this, Paul, like the price was trading lower, below here, basically at that support level on the daily time frame. And it looked very bearish. And we spoke about like, look, it's not just going to drop right here. It's it's right against the price action. It will first go up there. And then what you want to see now, it could be this week, next week, or the next month, or whatever, I don't know when. Then you want price to first go higher again and make that lower high, which you can clearly see on the monthly as well. But it's definitely a lot more clearer on the shorter time frames, and that will be what happened to that diagonal line now? I need some patience with this thing. Okay, let's have a look. Right, where's that thing? All right.
Breathe.
There, right? That diagonal line there. No, there. See that? So if it can come back and give you a third touch there, that would make sense for a short. Not at a support level. It's likely to bounce off a support level. And right, so so gold is still active in the trade. Pretty much, I think 70 or 80% there in terms of taking profit. It looks pretty good. Like we broke this resistance area here now. Where's that horizontal line? Yeah. Okay, so we broke that. So we just breaking out there. So yeah, we could come back for a retest, or hopefully it doesn't retest. That's the thing about breakouts, right? When you're in the trade before the breakout, you hope it's not going to retrace.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not in the trade and it breaks out, you hope it is going to retrace.
Right.
So yeah, I think gold is going to definitely has the probability to go up and touch that diagonal line. So that's definitely a point that I'll be watching. Okay, so that's gold. And then, so we covered the pound, US dollar, gold, and Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin doing, by the way? Is that trading profit right now?
I'm going to guess no, but let's have a look. No, it's sitting pretty.
It's sitting. It's just doing that. Okay, it's still there. All right. So that's the pound, US dollar, gold, Bitcoin, and then obviously let's have a look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ, I did cut price. Oh, okay. Now what will the NASDAQ be called? Yeah, NAS or US Tech?
US Tech.
Ah, there we go.
There you go, NAS 100.
There we go. So yeah, we were pushing up just before the session started. We started.
Oh, you know what I think made it happen with you, Jannie? The contract thing. Like, there's a contract that you would need to sign to activate this account.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So maybe that's what happened.
Yeah. Well, okay. That will definitely be sorted out before tomorrow's session. Okay, so the NASDAQ. Yeah, yesterday we had that pretty strong push to the upside, and today you can see we're trading slightly lower. I'm still holding this view, and I could be wrong, and this is not a good time to place a trade based on those scenarios. But there's obviously two scenarios, right? The obvious one is like it's going to break the highs. The second one is it's going to fall short. Right, so it looks like it wants to break the high, and then you just get that divergence in price. Okay, so it's gonna do something like that somewhere along this line, yeah, right? So it looks like it wants to make a high, fall short, and then it just completely reverses in the opposite direction. So I'm very, very careful about that. That's definitely something that could happen. So for me, I'm still just waiting. Well, obviously on the shorter time frames, when you want to scalp, that's not a problem. But if you want to look at, if you want to like swing trade or even intraday trading, keeping the trade open for a few hours and so on, you need to be very, very careful about this where we are right now. Okay, because right here, there's no resistance here. There's no resistance here. So yeah, of course, it can very easily go to the top, and that is when I will start to pay to price action, right, to see if it's going to reject there or break through. But the other scenario definitely is also it can just fall short and then completely reverse. But you won't know when it's going to do that until the point until it's actually done that. So the level that you need to watch out for, in my opinion, is this support level. Yeah. Okay, that's a support level. Yeah. If this guy rejects all the way to the support level and it breaks it, then the NASDAQ's going to move much lower. So do you see where we are with the NASDAQ? I think it's a very kind of dangerous spot to make any big decisions right now, especially if you trade with leverage and the way we trade, right? It's not really a good idea. So I'm just keeping an eye out for that. Yeah, and this is very similar, Michael. I know Paul must be sick and tired of me repeating all these things, but Michael, I haven't shared this.
Not at all.
But it's just to explain what I mean by this. If you go to gold, right? Gold has done a very similar thing. You see that? At the time, it looked like it was going to go to the all-time highs with no resistance in play here. There's no resistance there. So it looked like it was just going to go to the all-time highs, maybe even break it. But then it fell short, right? And then it came back much, much lower. So that's the scenario, one of the scenarios I'm just pointing out in the NASDAQ. That can definitely happen. And obviously the other one is it can just break the highs. But there's no real, there's no confluences on multiple time frames and, support levels or resistance levels that's in play right now where you can go, all right, we've got this, we've got that, we've got that, and we've got that. So it's definitely more likely to go in the one direction compared to the other one. That's not present in the NASDAQ right now. That's why I feel it's just best to stay on the sidelines right now with the NASDAQ. Where is the NASDAQ? Why did it not add it to here? Oh, you have to ask it. Oh, you have to like it. Okay. Let's see if I can buy it. Nope. All right. Sounds like I have to sign a contract. I don't know why. All right. So those are the four markets. So for now, I'm going to hand over to you, Michael, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Sweet. So yeah, I jumped in this quick trade pretty much as soon as we got on. It's actually GJ shorts. This isn't bad at all, actually. You guys can see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah. All right, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Sweet. So as you guys already know, right, we got this. Close it off. Where is my, what's going on here? Where's my toolkit here? What in the world?
It's gonna be one of these days. Where's my mouse? What?
How does this mouse work?
Where's my toolkit? That's so weird. All right, anyway. Dang, that's so interesting. Wow, that's so crazy. Whoa.
See, everyone watching, we're just human beings. We're not not
Where's
wizards.
my toolkit? That's so strange. All right, anyway, guess I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Anyway, you see this, we got this, whoa, 1350 cross up here. So we know that, man, this is really throwing me off. I We can only go much faster than this. This is
No,
so
we're
crazy.
with you. We're with you. We're behind you. Just we're right next to you. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
What in the world? All right, anyway, we got this ugly M structure over here. Right, and then we got this continuation over here where obviously we're in level 2 now because we're touching the 200, right? So coming on down, we got this nice M structure going short. Now this does not warrant to actually take this short here. I don't really want the M move. I want the pullback, bounce here, and the drop, right? And this is on the hour chart, but I really want to take the ID 50. And for me, that happens on the 15-minute chart. Right. So, man, this is so interesting. I literally don't even know why this is happening. All right. Anyway, I'm going to delete this and just put this back here. So, yeah, I'm in this actually at 28, I want to say. Yeah, I took this at 11:05. So 5 minutes after we got on, I'm in at 28. So yeah, now we're basically back at break even here. But this would be the move right here at 28. Stops above here, of course. And the TP, which is nice, can be all the way down here to this ADR, which is a nice 2 for 1. Obviously, reason being is we see this beautiful M structure off the top here. And this is just really, really freaking gorgeous. It's like a little, what I would call a 22 trade, right? You got 2 legs on both sides here. But the run down, the hit towards the 50, which touches the 200 as well. On this side, I like this because it kind of make this a what I call a combo trade. And then the drop. We already have
2
our
legs on both sides. You know, 2 legs on both sides. That reminds me, like that was I was thinking once, like what if your legs bent the other way? You know, because our legs bent like backwards. What if it was bending the other way around? What would furniture look like?
Well, I know you might have a lot of success dating. I know that much.
Yeah,
But you may get cast in some horror movies, which is a perk.
Right. Yeah, it's funny enough. There's an old alien movie called Assassins, and that's how they can tell if they was aliens because their legs were just like that. Seriously, it's an older movie. But yeah, anyway,
sorry, Mike.
2 legs on this side and 2 legs over here. So I call this a 22 trade. So like 2 over here, 2 over here. But it's still a great structure off of this price point. So that's awesome. And then obviously we can see that we still have the retest, right? Oh, whoops. Man, I do not like this. I don't know where my toolkit went. I have to find this thing. Anyway, this is the actual retest of this same exact area, right? We got the top, bottom, top. It broke this area here, came back and retested it at this exact point right here. That's not by coincidence, but that is by design. This is a perfect structure, break and retest, right? So absolutely beautiful on this aspect of it. So I really, really like this. If this doesn't go, I'll be a little surprised, to be totally honest. And it's still in the day, right? Like this is an early enough trade to take. It's not like it's 12 o'clock. Typically, I don't like to take currency trades after 12. But seeing that we still, I basically took this at 11. This should work out pretty good. So we'll see what this looks like at the end. And then I got my my alerts on here as well. All right, so I got the stopped you out. I got this is actually supposed to be up here. So it's pulling back against me. I will move my stops to break even at this point. And then obviously TP is all the way down here. So let's check this out. See how this works out. Might be pretty good. Other than that, I was also looking at USD CHF and USD CAD. These two were decent as well. Ooh, see, that's nasty the way they just did that. I actually wanted this to go the other way. Reason being is you can see we got our fresh 5,200 cross right here. Right. 5,200 cross here. Right. So we know we're looking for. Man, I do not like the way this is set up. Where in the freak did my toolbox go? I don't even know why this is like this. I feel like I'm going so much slower. I got to go over here every time to click this thing. That's annoying.
That's because of how I started using. I set the tone. Do you understand what I mean? Like
Apparently you did. It made my toolbox disappear.
I see. I see. Bitcoin is pushing higher. All right. Well, you know, in my defense, I couldn't really see if it was a good opportunity.
Yeah, just got swapped out. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. If you look at the 1 hour time frame, according to this one, you can also see that there's that. I only saw it now. All right. But that's that inside candle. Not that inside candle. It's like a doji, a bullish doji. So that's very bullish. Anyway, sorry. Back to you, Michael. Sorry for the interruption.
No, you're fine. Don't worry. I'm just trying to find my where I put my stuff here. So don't worry about it. This is insane. Like, this is really, really insane. All right, whatever. Anyway, we got our 1350 cross. 5,200 cross over here. This does not count because it's not touch it. Right, so we're looking for some type of W structure off this 200 EMA, which, as you see, they are not giving us. I would have wanted this to close above this 200 here, so I can put my stops below. If it got to this 800, I would have moved my stops to break even, like either way, so I don't have any risk on the table. And then my TP, of course, would be up there for minimum 1 for 1. Let's check that out, Tim, and see if that would be. 1 for 1. And yes, it is. Actually, this would have been 1 for 1.5. So not bad at all. We already have the market baseline below the static for the reload, which is good as well. But as you can see, this never closed up. This thing just continued to go short. They started trapping these guys short over here. So still got the alert set up here. Actually, I want to change the name to this and just put entry price tweets. So yeah, that's USD, and this one is and again, anytime that we got the 5,200 cross, the next move in the cycle would be that W. But what's happening here is we got this 800 EMA here and this 200 here. Prices are kind of ranging in between both of them. Kind of ugly a little bit. So if it did close up here, we need to be really nice. Like, again, minimum 1 for 1, but once it gets to the 800 EMA, I want to move my stop to break even, just in case this kind of continues that range pattern instead of just breaking out. But that would be the move, close above here. And if you look to the left, you really don't have that until like way back here, which doesn't really count. But since this has come down, we have no closes, no good closes rather, like no shift candles, no nothing above this price. Right now, what this could totally do, on the other hand, is we have this 5,200 crossing here. This could totally come down here and then turn around and make the M off the 200 as well, going short. So continue to move short. That would be my second move that I'll be interested in. So that if-then scenario, that's the short side. And of course, the market baseline going above the static for the reload, this would not be a bad trade at all, right? In fact, this might give you a nice, what is this? Almost, yeah, like 1 for 1.85, somewhere around there. So not bad if you were looking to take this short, but for right now, it's not short just yet, but it's about to be short. It's looking like. And then USD CAD was the only other one I was really looking at today, which this one is attempting to do it, as you can see. So we got the 5,200 cross here as well. If you see price I mean, right here, it kind of touched the 200, but this isn't good enough either way. We need an actual body off the candle, not just a wick. But here is what we have the actual price point. So looking for this W pattern. Now, in this case, we want price to close above this 200 EMA. Because if it just closes above the 13 and the 50, it could easily come up to the 800 and bounce off of it. And then we're looking crazy. So you definitely want to wait for it to close above this price. And you can put your stop, obviously, will go below the swing point here. Right. Yeah, stops have to go below here. And then your target, just to make sure, you will need to be targeting this price point over here. Oh, look at that. So it's actually a little bit short. So you would need to wait for a slight pullback, right? Maybe it closes above the 800 EMA, which you would need for price to pull back below, right? To get that perfect 1-for-1. So a good entry would probably be around 39.60. So you would definitely need to wait for a pullback on this one. If you don't, your risk to reward be totally off. And that is not good at all.
No, that's bad. You can use the word bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's real bad. No, that's
who risks $1 to make 50 cents? Unprofitable traders.
Yeah, these negative risk reward ratios. Oh man, it's just it's
recipe
just
for disaster. Yeah,
death by 1,000 cuts.
Yep, death by 1,000 trades.
Yeah, you'll definitely blow up eventually.
Yeah. Matter of fact, it's probably death by 10 trades because you won't be taking 1,000 trades with that risk to reward ratio.
Yeah.
And that was pretty much it, guys. I didn't really have too much action today. It was one more. What was it? Was it EF? Yep. So here we go. Here it was EF. So this was interesting too because we had the fresh 5,200 cross here. Beautiful, huge W, right? Like right to the left side here. So my expected move would have been something like this, right? Like a little funky move off here and continue higher. But it's looking like all the traders are trapped in here, right? This is like trap volume. I just put TV for trap volume. This is not a television. Right. And then a nice close above here, right? Put the stops below that entry point with that last little swing there. TP could have went all the way to the 80-yard high. This would have been a nice 2-for-1 move. You see, I already have my alert set up here too. So was kind of watching this one as well, but nothing really manifested today except this this small one on GJ, which is going against me now.
Yeah.
On 15, yeah, on the 15 minute. This would be nice too. Now, if this turns around and retests this area in this session and comes back and closes around here, I will take this again. Like this is now, it looks like it's just making, as you can see, the second leg of that M to drop. So that could totally happen. But yeah, we'll just monitor it, check it out, see what we got going on. I will put an alert for this just to see. Then I'll just put second entry on this one. Second entry. Because this trade will still be in play if this did turn around. But yeah, that's pretty much it for me, guys. Like I said, not too much going on today. Don't press leave studio. Okay, great.
Hey, this thing is showing that I've got. Sorry I've got the here on my dashboard. It shows that I'm down $120.
Hang on.
Oh, seriously?
You're not down. I'm down. What are you talking about?
Seriously?
Yeah.
Like
Like
P&L you owe me. What are you talking about?
So those trades did go through?
But yeah, you're right. I haven't lost any money on that trade.
I don't-
Paul did.
I understand your plan now.
but what I don't understand is like it shows, yeah, I'm down, yeah, in the dashboard, but it shows no open trades and the trades are not open, and there's no. So this is, I don't understand this. Anyway, I'll sort that out tomorrow. So just one last thing before we hand over to Paul. And Paul, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, and you, Michael. Why not? All right. We are going to have a look at
Hey, what's up, Robert? Robert's in the
XRP.
XRP.
XRP. Hey, like I couldn't look at XRP before, right?
setup.
With
There is
with
a
empty.
setup.
Yeah,
Setup.
there is.
We'll talk about it, but sure, go for it.
Well, I just want to look at the different time frames because we need to like focus on more short-term time frames, which is going to be a bit of an adjustment for me. Because for me, like to find multiple confluences and to do things properly, you just don't place many trades. But if we have to, then we're going to have to look at smaller time frames. And I am seeing. Would you agree with a long position, yeah, or what's your take, yeah?
Yeah. It's a top altcoin pick this week. I'll show you. It's sitting on the it's sitting on a golden cross essentially on what time frame? Let's have a look. It's sitting on a golden cross on the 12-hour with the 50 and the 200. Yeah, so that's the premise for a long trade. It's pretty much where it is at the moment, just a little bit lower, and then ride it up to about 2.64. That's the premise of the trade.
Yeah. So I'm trying to. Oh, it doesn't even. I'm gonna open a 5 more, even though it doesn't show it. All right. Anyway, over to you, Paul. Anyway, I can't place any trades based on that.
Okay. Right. So yeah, Tuesday's top altcoin pick stuff. So we've got lots of setups. Some of them are in place, some of them are not. So let's just start at the beginning. Well, yeah, just for context, we might as well start on the total 3 chart. Obviously, the altcoin market is struggling at the moment, but we are expecting, of course, to have a little bit of love if bullish momentum continues. Just takes a little bit of time for these two to break out. So yeah, altcoins are not doing, have been suffering a lot, but this is hopefully going to arc around, which would be really good. But it's just happening in slow motion. So again, GMX. Another setup for GMX, we were talking about this last week, is coming to play at the moment. Golden zone entry. And for me, I'm waiting for this, the bottom, right at the bottom. Nice confluence with the 618 and this diagonal low support line. Not quite there yet, but some of you might be quite comfortable just entering anywhere in here and just hoping for a break to the upside. Golden cross hasn't happened yet, but you've got a few options. Obviously, anything between the 0.5 and the 618 isn't a terribly bad bet, but this is where I'm going to come in just in case Bitcoin retraces a bit. So that's GMX, quite a nice little opportunity there. CFX, this is the trade. Let's see how my trade's doing with this because I'm waiting for this one. There's the Bitcoin trade. So let's just turn to CFX, just see if I've been waiting and I've been waiting and I've been waiting, and it was coming down today. But it's, I think we're in. Are we in? I'm a bit confused. Let's have a look. Refresh. No, we're not in yet. But why can't I see it? There it is. Right. Yeah. Okay. So I'm a bit confused by that. Yes, we've got to come down a bit more. Still haven't got my perfect entry. Let's just have a look at the chart. So there's 2 options. I'm waiting for it to come back down to, let me just check what we're looking at. 843. Where's 843? Yes, I'm waiting for it to simply, we just zoom in. Let's just zoom in so everyone can see what I'm talking about. I'm waiting for the price action very simply just to come here. That's all I'm waiting for. That's my entrance. But the second entrance, of course, is here at diagonal lower support. So you've got a couple of options. Now, this is definitely the line in the sand for a invalidation. Anything below here will invalidate any bullish context for sure, because it will turn these buyers into sellers and the price action will just end up getting trapped around here for a little bit, and we don't want that. But you could come in here, which I'm intending to do, and then if it comes lower, you could of course come in again if you so wish. My stop loss is below the previous swing low, so I'm just waiting for that. But there's another option here if we have a retrace, so always keep your options open, but that's what I'm looking for. But if we do come down here, you're also going to have the benefit of probably this golden cross playing out. And it's because it's a 12-hour chart that's quite significant. But a couple of nice little options, pretty safe in this respect. Still waiting for that. AVAX, Avalanche. Again, this is pretty much in play at the moment. We're not quite where we need to be. We may arrive at there a little bit later today. Looking for confluence with this 200 moving average coming up with this lower diagonal support. Now, bear in mind, of course, these channels have a 70 to 80% chance of breaking to the downside at some point, but you do have the golden zone underneath as well. And people seem to be front running an entry above that. So we haven't entered it just yet. So I'm quite confident that this pattern will stay where it needs to be, stay in place. But of course, the advantage of essentially trading these patterns, which have probabilities to the downside, when you've got buyers underneath, is it gives you a bit of reassurance. So if we do have a break here, the buyer's going to be looking to come in again, which will hopefully give me a little bit of action like this, where I can get out at any of these points, maybe with a little bit of profit, even if the trade goes bad. So incorporating risk management into my approach for entrances is the key, and which is one of the most frustrating things, because you see me a lot in these sessions just saying I'm waiting for an entrance. But this is the game. You have to let the price action come to you. If you chase it, then it's going to promote a bad trading practice in the long term. So it's very important to maintain discipline. But yeah, so this is an option. This could be happening over the next couple of days, but wait for your entrance. You need to be at this support line for your entrance in case it breaks lower, right? That's the thing. Obviously, you can enter here, and if it goes up, you're going to be in profit, but you have to think about your entrance in terms of risk management. I need to be on this line. So if we break down, it will come back up and I'll be able to get out, but it may not come back into the pattern to give me an exit. So I have to come in here, and that's what I'm looking for. And if you guys have got any counter arguments, just jump in, of course.
Objection.
Objection. That's
yeah. No, look, I fully agree with you. With you have to be patient and wait for the right setups. And if you really do that, then you're not going to place many trades. We spoke about this before. You're just not going to have many trades if you really wait for the right opportunities. You're just not, right? Yeah. You're just not. So, but I think, like, if we do take trades in the session and we know it's not a good trade, I think it's just important to mention that this is not an A trade. This is a F minus.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we're trying, but it's not. I mean, if you tell yourself, all right, for the next hour, I am going to find a trade. Good luck. Good luck with your trading career. I guarantee you'll lose, right? Because that's not how trading works. It's just not how it works. The general idea would be, of course, to pool our expertise, and hopefully one of us has something on any given day. Because it is a great insight to see our process. And obviously today, we're struggling with mouse pointers and
platform.
I'm sure I'll spill the drink.
Right click on the mouse. Yeah.
But that's part of the game. But I think you're right. We need to underscore these things. And for me, discipline is trading. And if I break my discipline, any kind of compromise, then it risks my entire approach. So it's important that we probably need to try and find some strategies which work more for this kind of conditions, because I think we all have the expertise to maybe try and make something work in that guise. But there's always going to be two types of trading we're trying to promote, of course, and everyone has a different style as well. So, but yeah, I completely agree. But we're here to surmount those challenges and see if we can provide increasingly wonderful coverage for everybody with these live streams. And Nia is
sorry, Paul. Okay, you carry on.
You got a question?
No, I wanted to it's so difficult because I don't want to interrupt you while you're talking, but maybe I've been interrupting myself because I just took a trade on the NASDAQ. So just quickly, this is a scalping trade. Yeah, the scalps are different, obviously. So you can see that we've got on the half an hour and the 1 hour, we've got a bullish candle. So on the 1 hour time frame, I'm not sure if you guys can see that clearly, but we got a bounce off that blue line, that support level, right? And we also at the pivot point, obviously. And on the 1 minute time frame, which is the trigger time frame, we just got that little arrow, which means it just broke out. So now you just want to wait for price to kind of bounce off that support level, which is what it did, and that's where I took the trade. And now I'm pretty much almost there. Yeah, the take profit is over there. We went through this yesterday, right? So the take profit and the risk. So the take profit, or the risk reward ratio is a 1 to 1.2. Yeah. So some of them work, some of them don't work. But because of the risk reward ratio, let me just reduce my stop loss. Not like that. Yeah. So we're approaching the take profit line. Does this trade make sense? They all look very similar, right? With the scalping.
Right.
Hey, Robert says, I took a trade on my intraday trade account based off my strategy, even though it looked like it could go opposite. Stayed and went back and forth and stopped me out, but I had to trade the setup. You had to trade the setup. Was it a good setup, at least, Robert? Was it a good setup? Did it match all your criteria? That's probably the most important thing. All right, so this one is approaching the take profit. Just like usually after the first hour and a half, it was a good setup. Yeah, then that's fine. You don't beat yourself up over it. That's the most important part, right? If you trade the good setups, that's fine. The outcome is not as important as you making sure you only take good setups. Yeah. So they're not always all going to work. So anyway, what I was going to say is even with this NASDAQ, like the first hour and a half is really where most of the volume is. And then during this session that we are in right now, you can just see, like, this is the 1 minute time frame. It's a bit dry, right? So it may creep towards the take profit. But in terms of the setup, yeah, this is exactly what I wait for. Like, we've got some confluences here on the 1 hour, like the bounce of the support level, and you've got the pivot point just above that support level, and the 1 hour closed bullish, but also just above that pivot point. So on the half an hour as well, you've got some space there. If you look at the half an hour time frame, that resistance is quite some distance away. The same on the 15 minute. And then, yeah, the 1 minute just needs to make sense. We are now bouncing a bit off the point of control there. So we'll see how this one works. But based on the confluences on the multiple time frames, that's how I trade. That's the setup. Hey, Lola. Oh, that's for you, Paul, obviously.
Yeah, hi, Lola. Sure. Yeah. Thanks. Absolutely. There'll be a video out tomorrow, but I'm going to go through the setups a little bit exclusively today, for sure. Yeah, we'll do that in a minute. Thank you, Lola.
Yeah, I just I don't know if you saw, Lola, but I just went through XRP like an expert. Did you see that? It was it was great to watch. I mean, I enjoyed every word I was saying, so that counts for something.
Well, just because I had a setup didn't mean you didn't have things to contribute.
Paul had a loss earlier on Bitcoin, Lola.
I did.
Or not.
I did. I did. I had all the figures.
No, in all honesty, Lola, it was actually my trade, but I don't even know how to place a trade. I mean, that's real bad, right? So Paul did it on my behalf. Anyway, this is going to probably this is a bit dry, but just like, was it yesterday? I'll give you the result, or just take over the screen and show you how it plays out, okay? But for now, it's kind of ranging to the side, so we could be here for a few minutes. So I'll hand over to you, Paul, for now, please.
Okay. Let's hope Near hasn't gone far. Let's have a look. No, it hasn't. Right. So can we see that okay? All right, really straightforward setup here. Obviously, with Near, we've had a breakout, moved up to an upper range, exactly what you want to see. A breakout which kind of encompasses a couple of ranges is really good, which gives you a lot of confidence for this retrace, because if it just kind of did this, and then went, I'd be more worried about it coming down here after that. But because we've had a nice move upwards and a pretty sizable retrace, let's just figure out what the retrace was. So it was a 50% move, and we've retraced about 20%. So yeah, that's pretty good. And we've got this nice confluence here with the 618 and this moving average. Now, it's only the 4 hour, but the 200 MA on the 4 hours where it starts to get a bit of heft. And the idea is just the second it comes back down to what is it, 2.607, 2607, yeah, around that area, that's when I'll be looking to get in. 2607. In fact, we can probably put a trade on in a moment. I'll just make a note of that and come back to it. I can do that when maybe with someone else is talking. So near, I think we can place that at the moment. I'm happy with that. So what we're looking at, so that's going to be, yeah, we'll do that in a minute. SHIB hasn't really had much love from these streams, but here we are. SHIB is approaching this bounce point. Now, the issue is, of course, we're at support at the moment. So there's a couple of scenarios which could happen. We've got a nice confluence with the RSI, but we're not back yet at this lower diagonal support line. And you'll probably notice that a lot of these setups are similar. And this is a result, of course, of Bitcoin being the king and all the subjects moving relatively similarly in step with each other. So 2 scenarios. If Bitcoin bounces, or rather Bitcoin moves upwards, from here, then a breakout of this pattern and a retest of this nice little pocket would be a good trading setup. And you'll probably still have the 200 MA sweeping in underneath as well. So you've got 1, 2, 3 points of basic confluence with the RSI helping you out as well. That would be the first play, and you can see it's reflected here by this long position. And the other alternative would be if we do get a bit of downwards pressure or Bitcoin dominance pumps a little bit and we come back down here, this is the ideal entry, and then wait for a breakout and then come in again, right? So you could come in aggressively if you see divergence, but unless you see divergence, I'd wait for a bullish confirmation and then an entry. So you could come in there, you could come in aggressive if you want to, but definitely see divergence if you're going to enter before a breakout, because I would like to see a bullish signal. Because remember, bullish signals bring in more buyers. It's that simple, right? So you've got to bear that in mind. And if you're not going to have that bullish signal, that breakout of this pattern, divergence needs to make up for it. So you need to see divergence for an aggressive entry here. But a couple of setups, really nice. Move, similar sort of deal. Quite nice setup. This is support, of course. I don't think we're going to come down here, but we've got this nice narrowing wedge heading right down to the 100% retracement following this move. We've obviously missed out on the golden pocket, which is not particularly bullish, but here's your options. So if we get a breakout of the channel in this range between the 618 and the 786, your entrance is really straightforward. Come in at the 786. Ideally, you want to see a bit of divergence, of course, but that would be the play. Or if the price action continues down all the way back down to here, or rather comes down here into this lower range and then breaks out near resistance, you're just waiting for a support entry to come in. And bearing in mind, you might want to front run it just a little bit, maybe up here, because I don't think we'll hit it squarely. So maybe you want to just move this up. And because we're at support, just front run it just a fraction, just to make sure you don't miss out. But 2 plays is essentially wherever the breakout occurs, by the bottom of the range. If that's here, that's there. If that's here, that works. If it's here, then they do it on there. So that's really straightforward. With move, these are quite nice to trade these. Right, we've got quite a lot today. Comp, this definitely is a setup for more of a retrace from Bitcoin. I'm just looking at that crazy move over there. What was that? You see that? That's insane. Somebody, I think,
is that a glitch?
I think somebody accidentally bought too much.
That's like an AI bot that went berserk.
Yeah, it could be, but you'll be surprised when people are dealing with tokens with not particularly high market cap. They kind of sometimes they'll do like a market order, and then the market will just take all their profits, and then just, you know, so that's probably what happened. Poor soul. So comp, yeah, so this is the support zone. If you just zoom out, of course, you can see this is where the price action has bounced off previously down to here. And if I just take off the order block, you can kind of see the buy zone a little bit clearer. Now, again, though, similar kind of play when we've got a bullish premise. We have had a higher high. We're clearly moving to an uptrend. So are we going to have a retrace down here? Probably not. But if you do, this is the area you want to come in at. But this potential premise is very unlikely to occur. But what is likely to occur is maybe something like this, right? And if you get a breakout like this, then this is the entrance to come in on, especially considering we've had quite a sizable retrace. But Again, you would like to see some additional points of confluence. So you might want to see what the RSI would be doing when you arrive at that level. And we're not particularly, looks like there's a bit of a pattern brewing on here as well, which you could also trade off. Ooh, that looks quite interesting. Let's do a bit of
I like
Igor.
that. Pattern brewing.
Yeah, let's find there's something going on here. Something we can trade. I feel it. Let's just have a look. And of course, we shouldn't be feeling anything, but nonetheless, I said it. So whatever. Right. Yeah, I think it's something like that. So this is also something you could trade off. And when you're struggling to find confluence, going to the RSI can really help. And if you see the price action, the oscillator action, indicator action pop its head above this pattern, it may indeed front run a move which can give you the confluence you need. But remember, don't just enter on support based on just this one support idea. You want to see something else, and whether that's oversold conditions, that would be great. But do some work on this for sure. But there's a few options not fully realized yet. But that's comp. And here we are, XRP. This is a trade which I think I'll also try and put on in a second. And as you can see, we've got this. This was the short setup which played out last week, which we were talking about, and we're now on the other side of it with confluence on this, on the RSI again, with this golden cross, which, believe me, has happened. It's just in the process. You can see there it is, just happening. But coming in at this area, those two moving averages is nice confluence, especially with the golden cross. So this is the trade premise. There is a support line there as well, for sure, but it's not particularly good area. But because of all this confluence, that would give me the positive to come in. I'll probably put that on in a second. But obviously, if Bitcoin comes down right now, there's going to be a bit downward pressure. But actually, if we draw this on, we've also got some more confluence. Yeah, so I'm pretty cool with this because it's a nice pocket here as well with this channel. But yeah, so we'll put that on in a second. But Jannie, any thoughts on XRP?
Well, as you know, I wanted to buy it, but the account didn't allow me to buy it. But yeah, I agree.
Well,
with that.
Let me.
Can I just quickly, if you don't mind, I just entered another trade.
Yeah, swap back. I'll do the figures for these and we'll put them on.
So the first trade took profit. So okay, you can see we moved up there. That's where we took profits. I'm just going to remove these orders. So the first one was obviously right here. We took profit around that resistance level, and now we pierced through that resistance level. It came back to retest it, and now it's piercing back up. Or I got the confirmation. Still the same case on all. Now we've got all three time frames lining up. So we'll see if this one will work or not. But it's coming down right now, but the candle is still young. It's got 5 seconds left for this candle.
This is a nice little retest to that area. I see the same thing.
Yeah. So that's so that will be the second one. I don't think. Well, we'll see. I don't like to. If it does go there and it comes back to the support, I won't take it again because the support is typically weakened, and then
I agree. That's why I always take the first bounce trade, and I take the first MOW off the 200. I don't take the second and the third one.
Yeah, I agree with that. So the second bounce could be a bit weaker, but it doesn't always. Obviously, it doesn't always work. Like you can still wait for everything to line up, and then you still it still fails, and that's when Robert, if you're watching, don't beat yourself up if a good trade goes bad. You don't have control over that, right?
Mm-hmm. It's just the numbers just went on your side at that time. You can have an 80% strategy, which is sky high. That still means you're gonna lose 2 out of 10.
Yeah. Well, and it would be interesting to see what the stats, well, not the stats, what the formula is to work out what we looked at ChatGPT before, remember? And we tried to figure out how many losses in a row can you expect with a 50% success rate, and it was 7. The answer was 7. Now, with an 80% success rate, I wonder what it will be. It will be more than 2. It will be more than 2, right? Losses in a row that you can expect. But yeah, anyway. I was going to say something else. it was probably very important and profound, and I can't remember. Oh, Lola H bar. Yeah, that's Paul's. Paul and Lola. There's some. You guys speak the same language. H bar is not something I know anything about. Paul definitely knows something about H bar.
Well, it was a couple of weeks ago. Let me just find the setup. Just have a look on Discord. Yeah, I was eyeing a short setup for H bar, but it's like quite a few things. Let me just try and figure out what was going on. I don't think I've got it up at the moment. H bar, can't find it. Can't remember the setup. Lola, I'm afraid. There's a couple with H bar. It was originally a short, then it went. Oh, there's one. H bar. Yeah, it was a long trade support entry. Let me just load it up and see what's going on. If I can find it. Oh no, I have got it. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, this one's coming lower. Let's see.
Let me just. All right, I'll just share. Hang on. Is that okay? Or you want to stay on this chart, Jannie?
I wanna. No, you can take over. I'll share the result just like I did with the first trade.
All right. H bar. Yeah. So it was a support buy, and we had some nice profits from that. And now we're looking at. Well, we've got the support entry, but we've already had that, right? And if we're going to continue in an uptrend, then we can't necessarily expect we're going to come all the way back down here. It's not a setup I would post this week because I don't have the confluence I want, but there is something to trade here for sure. You just need to do a bit of work on it. So there's some confluence for a long trade here in this little pocket, but it's not quite where I want it to be. So if you just put that, yeah, it's a very ambiguous kind of area. I feel like I'm forcing things at the moment. So, but this is the line to come in on for sure. If this breaks, there'll be an issue with the bullish premise, and you've got support right underneath. So you could have a bounce here for sure. But that's the idea. But that's not within my risk tolerance at this particular point. But if you see some divergence, maybe. I mean, actually, it has broken out. I think of this little wedge, so it needs a bit of work, Lola. You've got the premise would be break out of this wedge, a little bit janky, come back in here as close to the 4-hour 200 MA as possible, and then hope for a bounce if Bitcoin plays along, which it may be. So, and you come in here, you'd have a higher low as well. So it might look something like this, just off the top of my head, and then you can trade that. And it's okay, it's tradable because you've got a line in the sand to trade off, and you've also got you've got buyers right underneath. So even if this does break down, potentially you can get out at minimal to no loss, depending on where you put your stop loss. But not a top altcoin pick this week, but there's certainly a setup there, Lola, if it works within your risk tolerance, but maybe look for some additional confluence. But that would be the premise for H-bar if I was going to trade it. But yeah, just back to Jannie for a second.
Yeah, that trade got stopped out, so there's no reason to come back to me. So, so the one winner, one loss, small profit because of the risk reward ratio. So,
well, let's put on some trades now, and get some more stops.
Let's
do a hat trick.
So the hat trick.
So this is near, right? So yeah, it's pretty obvious on this chart what we're doing. So limit order, here we go. We're going to do maybe that's a little bit more than I want. No, that's definitely more than I want. Okay, limit, what we're looking at, 2608, and we're looking at stop loss at 2.375 and take profit at 3.366. Now, just as good trading practice, I'm going to double check my figures, people, because that's what you do, and send order. And we're just waiting for a bit of a dip. Let me just check my chart as well, because I'm just looking at so many charts. Yeah, so we're just looking for a tighter dip just to get the perfect entry, which is obviously what we need in terms of risk management. So we're currently here, just wanted to come back down to 2608. Yeah, 2608, nice and flush right at the bottom. And hopefully we get a bounce from there. Just check all the orders being put on. That's fine. And now XRP, let's turn to XRP. Let's put that order on. If I could find it, I'm guessing it's the bottom of the alphabet. Right, where we are, XRP. Right, here we go. What time frame are we on? 15 minute, that works for me. Bye. Limits, never mark it. Never mark it. Not as confident with this one, so let's just keep it chill. Limit is going to be 2.318. 2.318. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, and stop loss, I think we'll check out the chart in a second, is 2.185 with a take profit of 264. So quite a modest little trade. Just double check 2185, 264, and just double check the chart. XRP. This is the pocket. Just look at my limit, 2318. Yeah, and then take profit. Yeah, that's fine. That works for me. Just check my stop. Yeah, that's right, in the right ballpark. Oh, and just double check. Yeah, 218. Here we go, and let's put that on as well. Boom. Right, so we've got a couple of trades. Let's see if we have any entrances before the session stops. But should we just have a quick look at Bitcoin? We haven't really talked about that much today. Should we see what it's doing?
Almost.
Yeah, can I just quickly show you something very, very interesting, if you don't mind? Like, it won't be long. All the trades that I took earlier that didn't want to show is come through.
What?
Look at all my open trades.
What?
Yeah, so I'm I'm like in a boatload of trades, and because I was like, this is weird because it didn't show but I could see it on the dashboard. Like, but the trades are not active. Okay,
What in the world?
That's not dodgy at all. No, it's not. No, you can.
No, it's supposed to do that. That's how it always does.
Yeah, it's fine. Normal.
Okay, so now.
What in the world?
Yeah, that's a bit scary. Okay, so I've got 11 Bitcoin trades and 16 XRP trades, or
16?
something like that. No, I'm just making the number. But look,
Okay,
if I scroll, it's like all those buttons I've clicked is now I don't know how many minutes later. Now it's showing.
You know it's crazy, and of course you're down on this trade, right? Like, why you couldn't be up and accidentally do that?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I'm kind of hedged because I'm long XRP and I'm short Bitcoin.
Okay, that's ridiculous.
There's one trade in profit. Which one's that?
Yeah, you got one. I see one.
Hey, that's gold.
Oh.
How did I place a gold trade?
Oh my word.
Anyway, I think I was just trying to press the buttons while I was showing gold. All right. Anyway, over back to you, Paul. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay, we go back.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I need to.
Whiplash.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Okay.
Whoa.
One sentence at a time.
We got you looking trigger happy, Jannie.
Oh, yeah.
I
We did need to see that. That was, you're just sitting there like going,
ding, ding,
enter,
ding.
enter.
Yeah.
Why is it not entering? Meanwhile, was
All
entering
right.
all of them.
So look, this is Bitcoin 15-minute, and as I was saying at the start of the week, rather today with today's Bitcoin update, I think it's out today. It's ranging, and as we approach all-time highs, which we can see here, we're going to get crazy, difficult to trade volatility as we've experienced today. Just all over the place. Whipsaw action. We've got like double bottoms, and we've got another one, then a higher high, then a lower high, then it's crazy because there is a serious battle going on, and it's difficult sometimes for traders who are eager to be constantly trading. But there are scenarios, there are weeks which you just can't, at least not effectively within your strategy, because it's just too dangerous and unpredictable. We need to either have a serious pullback to 100K, then we've got something to trade, right? We can trade some long positions with a bit more confidence, right? But this is the challenge, because we know that Bitcoin could just go up from here, and this is it. We're not seeing proper structure, we're not seeing proper patterns. It's very difficult to trade when we're negotiating with these long-term and serious resistance levels. So I mean, that's 15-minute, and you tell me how to trade this, and I'll listen. Right? the 1 hour, again, it's like, look at this. This is what the weekend was, right? And these fibs are based on, these are trend-based fibs, I think, if I put them on, if I remember correctly. So, you can see a measured move up here from the bull pennant takes us well past all-time highs and up to about 110K. But look at this. We break out, we come back in, we find a foundation, we come back up, can't quite breach the highs, more sellers come in, we come back down, buyers take over, and it's just this all over the place. So I think we're going to see, we could see stuff like this. I'm not joking. We could see stuff like this over the next few days, just crazy things happening. So be very mindful about what you need to see from Bitcoin for a good trading opportunity. We know that 100K would be good for a long. We know that if we lose 100K, there's more of a bearish premise, which might take hold for altcoin shorts. So right now, it's very difficult to trade. But again, any day, any moment, Bitcoin could just take all-time highs out, right? And then again, how do you trade that? Because the sellers are going to be immense. There's going to be loads of people taking profits, difficult to negotiate. But there was one chart which I wanted to show you, but I don't think I've got it. Let me see if I can find it on my desktop. Is this it? Yeah. Okay. So this is I haven't got my notes, but this is Bitcoin realized capitalization, not capitulation. Is that the word? The other one, the other side of it. So basically, we're seeing an increase, a consistent increase in realized capitalization from Bitcoin, which typically means, it's typically signaling now, in this case, in the current context, that all-time highs are going to be broken very soon, most likely, based on this data. And again, this is just one thing to pay attention to. But when you're trying to figure out what is happening with Bitcoin, and what are we supposed to trade, you have to understand what's going under the hood, right? And lots of people are buying stuff up. And this is essentially what's happening under the surface. And when you're trying to trade, you just got to realize that it's crazy time right now. It's crazy time. And it won't be not crazy time until Bitcoin has long since left all-time highs in the dust. And I'm talking a move like this, like something like this, right, is what we need to see first, right? A solid kind of foundation, right? This is the sort of price action you can expect, and it's very difficult to trade. So you've got to find a nice floor for Bitcoin at all-time highs before we can do anything properly with the trade. And obviously, as we approach all-time highs, it's going to be short setups, really, because that's where all the sellers are. So difficult, crazy time for Bitcoin, but very bullish, of course, looking really good. And is there a more interesting chart I've got? It's from, but you can see pullback could happen. Divergence, I think, might be in the process of invalidating this bearish divergence on the daily. I think it's had its fill. This may have just been all it was. And again, this is the cleanest chart I've got. This is, bear in mind, of course, I'm sorry, that this 50 and 200 is the 1 day. So this is a golden cross, which hasn't happened yet on the 1 day, but it is about to happen. And that's another super bullish signal. And you can see it's very difficult to imagine Bitcoin coming all the way back down to support at the moment. And this support is about 87, even though that'd be perfectly fine. So
yeah,
interesting time.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Paul, but I think, like, if you look at that chart, you do need on Bitcoin, or ideally anyway, you need a higher low, so like a strong pivot.
Yes,
right?
exactly. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah. So and the ideal level for that, you can tell me what you think of that, is the 98 level. The 98 level would be the perfect spot for that, because that will be beautiful confluence as well. Like if you can get a drop to the 98 on that strong support, as long as it comes down quite sharply, it looks like it's going to fail, and then reverse with more or less the similar kind of aggressiveness back up and give you that V-shaped pivot, very sharp pivot. That is what you need. I just feel like this consolidation that we've been going through for how long? A week now? I don't know how long, but for a number of days now. It's just like that is not a higher low. That is not a higher low, right?
Yeah.
So you could get like a little breakout, but it can come back down and wipe out that entire that consolidation, that sideways range, and then give you that lower high. It will just make for a much more solid structure. I'm not saying we're going to get that, but ideally that's what you want to see. It will just be a much stronger foundation to trade off.
Yeah, and I was talking about this like 2 weeks ago constantly, and it just didn't happen. The higher low obviously is moving up theoretically what it might be with the moving average, because obviously we don't want to lose that, and we've just regained that. So you're right. This is kind of the area you'd expect for a higher low to appear, because they will hopefully bounce off. We'll have a lot of buyers coming in for the 1 day, and we've got this golden cross coming in as well. So yeah, it's difficult to see it coming back down here. But obviously, when you look at this, that is there is a 70 to 80% chance of it breaking to the downside. But Bitcoin loves to do crazy things, and if we get a breakout now to the top, it could go parabolic, because that's what happens when you have a breakout against probabilities, and that is certainly on the cards. I've seen it happen many times in these scenarios, but this is the problem. You've got 100K as a floor, right? A local floor, right? So that's something to trade off. But the reality is, big picture, we want to see something like this, right?
Yes.
And then here we go. That's what we want, right?
Yeah.
The sellers won't stand a chance if this happens, right? Because we're essentially, what's it you usually say, Michael? Reloading, right?
Yeah, reloading,
right? And we're coming in, and then the moving average will have nice confluence, and then that's the play. But I'm not sure Bitcoin's going to do that.
Yes. I suppose it's very similar to when it was finding a bottom and trading up as well, because that also didn't really give you that pullback. It just kept moving higher and higher and higher. So you could get the same thing, right? But regardless of what happens, I think you've mentioned this already, Paul, but the trade still needs to make sense. You need to get all those confluences and make sure that the place where you actually take the trade makes sense.
Right.
It makes sense, right? And not just, it's going up. Let me jump in.
Never good enough.
No, that's the worst. Then you're chasing, and then it comes back to where you're actually waiting for. Or the worst thing is, like, if you are in a bad trade and another bad trade and another bad trade and another bad trade, and now you're almost like wiped out, and then you've got like $5 left. And then this beautiful fish comes and lands in your lap. This big,
you don't even know what to do.
You don't have, you wiped out. You all kind of, you spend it all on crappy setups.
Spent it all on booze.
but you'll know when there's a good setup. It's just like, whoa, this is good.
Yeah. It's like a relationship. You can't just jump into it because she's cute. She has to be more than cute for this to work out.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Cute doesn't last long. You gotta be more than cute.
Cute to the last one. What? Yeah. No, you're right. Well, I said you're right, but I guess you are right. What is Paul? Do you look at Ethereum or not? Or is that not something you trade?
Well, no, it's not about trading. I mean, it's about Ethereum is a good barometer. I'm invested in Ethereum. Ethereum is a good barometer for the rest of the altcoin market, for sure. As we talked about previously, that the money trickles down. So Ether makes a move, Bitcoin makes a move. People take their profits, which they're kind of doing at the moment at all-time highs. They start putting those profits into Ethereum and the high caps, and then it just trickles down. But we haven't had that, because trickle down requires consistency, and we haven't had that, unfortunately, from the market, thanks to everything which has been going on. But yeah, for me, I'm waiting for a pullback for Ethereum to this area. That's what I want to be. Again, letting it come to me. If I don't get that, I'll reevaluate. I had an entrance here which I got stuck into, and I wanted to get out of it, so I'm out of it now. I'm looking for a lower price point. But yeah, this is good for Ethereum. This is nice. It shows how quickly things can change. But the altcoin market is still struggling because of this ambiguity with Bitcoin. And even though it's good ambiguity, it's not negative, it's not bearish ambiguity. It's still ambiguity, and it makes it very challenging to trade. And when we get these moments, these periods, months, weeks, whatever it is, that we've got these nice setups, and you're just trying to find an entrance. But then when they go, they go. And that's why last week we had all of our top altcoin picks, hit great targets, right? And this week, there is no winning picks, because a lot of the setups from last week are still in play, and they haven't moved yet, which is why tomorrow, when I release the video, I'll be revisiting some of the altcoins as they've been slowly coming downwards, and finally, we're putting positions on the exchange, like with NEAR and XRP. But it takes a bit of time, sadly, and that's kind of the deal. But yeah, everything's good, everything's bullish, but just difficult to trade right now.
It is. It's very difficult to trade. except for gold on Friday. That was easy. That was a beautiful trade. It's still going higher. I'm hoping I'm going to take profit today before the day ends. I'll quickly show you. Am I on a different time frame? Yeah. This is going to take me a while to get used to, I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
So,
it is.
yeah, but I have to use this now for analysis. So yeah, so this is all right. So that was the entry, right? I pointed. Oh no, yeah, sorry, with that engulfing candle. So my take profit is actually just right there. Like, you got the gap. Now I'm not expecting it to fill the gap. I place it at a more kind of, how I trade, right? Like, or when it comes to take profits, like, where can it realistically go, and then reduce my take profit to increase the probability even further for it to hit the take profit area. And then at the same time, make sure there's a decent risk reward ratio, with all of that. So that's going to be the take profit. That's going to be a beautiful trade. I'm pretty sure I'll get it today. It looks pretty strong today, gold. And unfortunately, because of all of the trades now I'm down. I'm down, not that much, but that's a lot. This is what overtrading looks like.
Yes, we have a string of trades on. Yeah, that'll that's exactly what it looks like.
But I didn't know they were open.
Yeah.
It didn't say anything. Okay, let's have a look now. If I play something now, okay, see, now it's working. Now it's showing open positions, all of that. All right, I think maybe it was just I don't know what that was.
I've noticed that sometimes it struggles if it hasn't been refreshed for a while, the API behind it. So sometimes a refresh before we click on a buy or sell might be helpful.
Okay. And instead of just keep pressing the button. Yeah, I think that's a good move, definitely.
Well, that's great advice, Paul.
When you got the trades on.
Yeah, it's just weird because it makes it's responding to the sound and everything that's obviously built into the platform. Like, you just placed the trade. Well, I just couldn't see it. But anyway, maybe, Michael, maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't activated, or I don't know what happened there.
Did you sign the contract while we was on the call on this session?
No, I just logged into the dashboard, but I couldn't see any, or in the email or nothing. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't see any. It just said, welcome. It's an absolute honor to have you, and all of that kind of stuff.
Jannie, you're the best trader ever. We're so happy.
I didn't say that. What?
Yeah, it's a custom. No, I get custom made messages, man. You get templates. No, it didn't say that. It's just a standard, welcome thingy, and then go to your dashboard, and I logged in there, and there was nothing. It just showed on the dashboard that I was losing money. I'm like, well, how am I losing money if there's no trades open? Anyway, I'm gonna have to just report this so they just have a look at that. But yeah, that is that's the. I just quickly want to have a look at the pound US dollar and see what's lining up here. Like, Michael, based on what you look at, are you interested in the pound US dollar for long at all? Are you more looking for a short? Because I know we don't trade exactly the same.
No, I would be more interested in longs on pound dollar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be looking
right now.
Yeah, it's like just today. You can just look at the price action. It's really messy, and it looks the same on the smaller time frame. So we did get off this diagonal line after we broke through yesterday. Was this today? I don't even know. Got that touch there, close above there. So that's really good. But you get a lot of mess. This is it's not clean,
It's not clean at all.
Yeah. It's a really, really messy. Now, I'm not sure is everybody waiting for Thursday or what? Because, sometimes the move, you know what it's like. You can wait the whole week, you get no setup, and then finally on Friday evening, remember that one, Paul? On Friday evening, the whole week, you wait for the setup. The whole week, nothing happens. and then finally you get it. But when you do get it, and it does actually work in your favor, it's beautiful to watch, right? Because you
It
get
is.
a decent. It's just worth it.
And on top of
job.
that, you like literally, I like to think you build your skill set as far as the patience just a little bit further, right? It's like every time you wait, the next time is just 1% easier to do it and 1% easier to do it. And when you consistently keeps happening, you keep seeing that same thing, weeks on end, months on end, it's actually pretty easy to just sit there and wait at this point because it works.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, guys, our time has come to an end. So Robert, Lola, everybody else watching. It's the same script as every end of session.
Right.
Thank you guys for watching. Paul, Michael, great to see you guys again. Have a great evening and safe trading. I'll see you guys tomorrow. The next,
all right, guys, y'all tomorrow.
Yeah, the next session starts in half an hour from now. For those of you watching.
Yes.
Take care, guys.
All right,
Cheers.
bye, Jannie.
Bye.
Yeah, Michael. Take care.
Howard,
How are you, Sam?
I'm very good. How are you? Long time.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
That's good
Yeah,
to hear. That's good to hear.
Not a bad day all told. Actually, it's been quite exciting on the on gold. That I managed to catch gold before it bursted higher. So that's
Really?
So
very nice.
I even recorded it, which can't be bad.
Perfect. Perfect.
So,
really good. Not too bad on the S&P side. Very choppy market. I managed to get one trade in, but which went all right, but it's just not moving much. It's very much range bound at the moment, so it was more from the bottom of the range to the top.
Seems to, yeah. I looked at the stocks a little bit earlier. It looks a little bit kind of directionless today. So I think all the fun was in gold.
Absolutely. Aymane, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. Coach Howard.
How are you
doing, Coach Sam? I'm
very
good.
well,
I'm good.
thank you. Very well, man.
I like the hoodie, the color.
Yeah. Very nice. It was a very choppy day today, Aymane. So I'm assuming you made an absolute killing. Aymane is the master of chop. Any day where it's very choppy, he seems to do incredibly well.
Yeah.
So
you know, Sam, what is funny? Like, you crossed my mind when I was trading. I take in one buy and one sell, and I said, Sam will say again, choppy market, Aymane is making money. Yeah, definitely. It was a little bit choppy, but I took a couple of trades and
a little bit, Aymane.
Little bit more.
Just a little bit choppy. It was very choppy.
Yeah. So not good for breakout traders then, like myself.
Definitely not.
No.
Definitely not. Not today. I mean, I managed to get a trade in, but it was literally from the bottom of the range to I wouldn't even say the top, but like midway in the range. It was an all right day, but what we do have to do though, I did speak to Damon. Sorry, I was about to call you Damon there for some reason. Aymane is they want to see more live trading, so we're going to do a bit more live trading. That means I have to expand my instrument list. So I'm stepping into the Forex market, Howard.
Oh, nice one. I have a live trade that I put on about 10 minutes ago. So if we want to
great.
kick it
absolutely.
off on that, let's do it. 1 second. Let's just share. 1 second. Okay. So the offending article today, right here, right now, is dollar Canada, which I've taken a short position in. Can you guys see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is the intraday, the hourly chart. So obviously a kind of a toppy looking situation. You might even want to call that a bit of a descending triangle in the making. Kind of with a relatively flat bottom down here around 139.20 and lower high kind of thing. So I think this one has got potential for a late burst to the downside if momentum doesn't dry up, which it very much often does in the last few hours. But there is that risk that it could. There's a lot of people that kind of must be on the wrong side of the market that were buying it, pushing it higher, but then only to see it come straight back down to probably below where they bought it. But yeah, basically taking a short position. I've got a stop loss. It's quite tight, just literally above the last kind of 3, 4, 5 hour highs, 39.60, and looking for maybe a late push down towards 139, the figure. So if we get that, that'll be just a sort of a late. A bit of icing on the top after a good day on the gold, which I'll come back to a bit later on. But dollar Canada for me, just sort of zooming out, kind of more macro, is very bearish in my opinion. In that we made a major high on the weekly chart going back to, when was it? The start of the year, February. So major top on dollar Canada, broke down quite aggressively from the high, corrective bounce, wave 2, broke through the support, wave 3, and we've been kind of trying to correct this this move down over the last few weeks, which is kind of it's pretty typical of what the dollar has been doing across the board, I would say. In the last few weeks has been a bit of a corrective bounce for the US dollar, but I think that last week marked the end of the correction, for certainly for dollar Canada, and most likely for the dollar against the other major currencies too. Which is why I'm kind of probing the short side on dollar Canada. So yeah, so that's kind of where I am on this one. So let's see if we get any late weakness, but more than likely it'll probably just dry up and not, you know, finish perhaps a little bit lower down than where we are now. But there is that chance that we could break through these lows and then we see it maybe 20-30 pip down. So that's what I'm kind of shooting for on this. You guys got anything going on right here, right now?
Nothing at this moment, but I will have a good look at the charts. In fact, Aymane, do you have anything to show right this second while I get my charts prepared?
Of course, there is always something.
Awesome.
True.
Good to hear.
Entire screen 2. Yes. So as you heard, Sam, we will make some couple of scalps. So let's see just the higher time frame where we are. Let's start first by the daily. So when we check the daily time frame, I should zoom in a little bit more. So we have this previous daily candle. We took out the previous candle low. We come back close green. Here, currently this candle here, it took out also the previous high. We close red. So of course it's bullish, but it's for more intraday. So what we will be looking for this session is more like fast scalps, just in and out, looking for, let's say, demand or big cluster for buyers or absorption, and then scalp for 40 ticks, 50 ticks with a 40, 50 ticks stop loss. So in terms of the areas, so 1 hour we don't have much. So we have this supply right here. We could trade just a quick reaction from this supply later during the session, after taking those highs right here. So there is potential that we will break this high. Just the way the candles looks, we are pushing slowly. So maybe we will retrace, push again slowly. So, but if I will find any absorption on this supply here later on the session, I will for sure take a sell in terms of zones, other zones. So we have a 15 minutes demand zone right here. So the way I draw my zones is like this. So I will be waiting for absorption reaction, just a quick scalps. So yes, Sam, if you want to take back, Sam, the screen, and then I will, if there is any trade, I will.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. Present. And I'll add it to stage.
Yeah.
Right, you should be able to see what I am seeing. So on the S&P, the only thing, I mean, I'll just look at that. Disgusting, right? Market open, and it's just been a range market. I managed to catch, unfortunately, I didn't record it, but I did manage to literally enter, and it was like that. Wasn't a great, I mean, it was a good trade, but it could have been better. Reason I entered there was bang on to that gap of volume. I probably entered a bit higher up, to be fair, probably more like that. But yeah, there wasn't really much to kind of go over. It just rejected, went back, didn't even go to the next gap in volume, which is up here. But it looks like it might be making its move. But there's nothing at this moment in time. There's nothing I see. So I'll go over some of the Forex instruments. Howard, you weren't there, but I think it was Friday. I helped a friend out with we basically did some analysis. Obviously not on the live stream, but in real life. So I went through loads of different Forex pairs, and I showed it the other day. So we'll just go over some of these. So yeah, that one was the one we would have got stopped out yesterday, annoyingly, by a few pips. But what can you do? What can you do? It happens. There's nothing. This one would have worked out good. That we went in yesterday would have been nice. Would have hit its take profit. Again, euro by a pip or so got stopped out. Very annoying. Euro US dollar, really nice. No drawdown trade. Beautiful. Aussie New Zealand dollar. Oh. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay.
What did it do?
Wow.
I mean, obviously, I didn't actually enter it, but if someone did enter that, they would have been very, very sad that it got so close to the take profit, and then it looks like it's doing a bit of a reversal. But these things happen. That is an oh dear, what a joke.
Crazy.
Nothing on pound. Euro CAD would have been quite nice. A small scalp. Well, I wouldn't even call it a scalp, but pound CAD, there's nothing. Pound AUD, I believe that was a good trade. Yep. I'm sure I can find a trade somewhere. If I really, really look, I'm sure I can find a trade. Oh, okay. Aussie yen, I see a potential for a nice trade if it gets there within time. Hopefully, I've set an alert. CAD yen,
There's that
never
strong.
got
There's
down
that
there.
strong. Yeah, there's that strong Canadian dollar there. Hopefully, that should help me out.
Absolutely. Nothing on euro yen, pound yen. Nothing as well. CAD franc. That trade would have worked out nicely, but there's nothing at the moment. Aussie dollar, US dollar. Oh, you would have got stopped out on that. That's very annoying. And then it went down. A lot of fake outs on the Aussies.
Yeah.
Bit annoying.
Yeah,
but
the nature of the beast on some of these currency pairs.
It is what it is. Pound yen, I don't see anything at the moment. Oh, US dollar Japan would have hit the gap, so you would have entered. I didn't actually. The alert didn't even. Well, maybe it did go off. I just wasn't aware. And you would have targeted. So this looks like it would have worked out quite nicely, actually. I would have target around here, so you'd still be in that trade. Not too bad. And US dollar CAD. Oh yeah, that trade would have just about worked out. Oh, very close to getting stopped out, but it would have just about worked out, that trade. But is there another trade? That is the question. I see a gap there. Hopefully, it's already been tested a few times, and like you said, Canadian dollar is very strong at the moment, so I wouldn't imagine that will hold too well. So I probably wouldn't want to enter there. I see a potential for a trade on the Aussie Swiss franc if it reaches up here. Aussie CAD, there might be something again. Has to go all the way up here for the Aussie CAD. Euro franc. Oh, okay, there could be something there actually. It's very choppy, but if we can get there and it gives me the right candlestick pattern or something to show a rejection, that could be a trade, and it's not too far away, so that might work out actually. Euro US dollar, there's absolutely nothing on the euro. It's just a range.
Stuck in a range, yeah.
Yeah. This would have, wow, we already looked at that. Pound CHF, pound franc. There could have potentially been a trade 15 minutes ago. It did hit a gap in volume. All right, let me go down to smaller time frames. We might get a scalp here if it has a little bit of a retest. Yeah, okay. There could have been a small scalp there. That's a nice candlestick pattern right there. Nice, good, strong bullish candle with immediate kind of bearish long wick as well. Could have had a good scalp, but we missed it, sadly. As for a target, I would probably want to target just as the volume drops off there, back down to these lows.
Yeah, higher low.
Yeah, could have had something like that going on. When did that happen? Oh, 30 minutes ago. So before the session started, sadly.
You missed it. You missed it.
I missed it. Damn. Okay. Got to keep looking. Hopefully. Nothing there.
Maybe if it tests the top or bottom of the range by the end of the session, it could be some kind of short term. But I'd probably run out of time, I'd imagine.
This is it. It's about hopefully the timing.
Yeah, that's the trouble with some of these markets. They kind of die a death at this time of the night. Yeah,
so it's very hard to do a live trade when, unfortunately, the markets are a bit dead. Okay, if here I see a potential. It's not the greatest trade, but give me the right pattern. We could have something. So I add an alert there. There, I've already got the alert. Okay, so I've gone through everything. Nothing at this moment in time, but I've set a few alerts. Hopefully, something actually does happen. But apart from that, so we're just going to have to be a bit patient.
Yeah.
Maybe. Unless any of you guys see anything worth showing at this moment in time, do feel free to jump in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm seeing short dollar Canada, so I think maybe Bitcoin could be something. The way it's shaping up in terms of the next move, it looks like it's strengthening. It's kind of finding support at the middle of the range, kind of thing. Looks like it could be a good sort of short term play.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to?
Yeah, let's
bring it up.
Yeah, sure. 1 second. It's just not much else is moving, but that's one that looks like it's trying to do something positive there. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah. Does that come through okay?
Almost now. There you go. You're up.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, nice kind of swing high, pull back, double bottom, base out, very deep retracement, almost a retest, and then a nice kind of typical correction. And we found support pretty much around the midpoint of the swing. So this could be, I think, perhaps a bit of a buy on dips, looking for a retest of these highs. So I think we've got some old support here at 105.5. So I think 105.5 up to the highs could be a good short-term scalp type trade, I think. So I think we'll have a crack at that. Should we get down there in the session?
Looks good.
Okay. Yep, I'll put that in. I'll hand it across, and I'll put the order in.
Awesome. Aymane, how's it looking on your end?
For me, if I share, I should I should stay sharing because it's micro scalping. So if I can share just for
Go for it. Go for it. Yeah, yeah. Until an alert goes off, I'm here waiting. So
yeah, for me, like Sam, I can micro scalp couple of times. So just so you can see here, like we had some big clusters, and then we start absorbing here. We had some big cluster here, and now we are pushing down. So we could okay. So we could see a reaction from this 277, and we have this 123. Now we are having rejection from it. Cluster delta is lagging a little bit. So if I go to 5 minutes, so 5 minutes, so 5 minutes we have here at the bottom we have big cluster, but for now we are seeing continuation. So let's see just the 15 minutes. Okay, big candle took the previous high of the candle, close bearish, create a resistance here. Now we are pushing. Definitely we could see a reaction from those levels here. I would just wait a little bit to see a more deeper retracement for a quick scalp. So if I go back to the 15 minute just to see where are the big orders, the big clusters. So the big clusters for now are at the low of the candle, which is good for a potential absorption. So we will wait. C5. Okay, so 255. Let's wait a deep retracement. What do you think, Sam, about the numbers you see here? Any thoughts? Definitely.
Sorry, I had my mic muted. We could only see trading view at the moment.
Oh, so all this time you okay, I'm so my bad. I thought
That's okay.
like you see the entire screen.
There we go. Now we can see the entire screen.
There we go.
Okay. I was explaining the numbers and yeah. So yeah, it's ranging, but this doesn't mean like there is no quick no absorption and then coming higher. So we will wait just for an absorption. It would be better if we touch this gray level here. So and then take a small buy back to those areas here. So for now, as you can see here from the 15-minute chart, yes, it's pushing down. That's why I'm staying out. The biggest cluster in the middle now, it's becoming the middle. It's something I don't like. Yes, we have -80 here, -90, and that's what you mentioned a lot of times, Sam, before, that you should watch the delta charts moving like live. It's not like when you, let's say, watching the numbers after. It's more like when you see it live. So yeah, so there is 2 minutes left or 1 minute left for the candle to close, and for now the biggest clusters for the sell side are in control. We have this in the middle, so for now I will stay a little bit away to buy, because there is, like you can see, we respect this -69. We're pushing down, so there is also 6 minutes left to the 30-minute candle to close. So if it closed like this, maybe we could come back much deeper here. So okay, you see how the numbers change fast here. Okay, it was negative, and now here it's become +62. Okay, we are retesting this 123 clusters. Biggest cluster at the low still.
So you're looking to, when it goes into that zone, you're looking to buy it?
Yeah. I will look first on the 5 minutes for similar like you saw here on the 5 minutes. Wait a minute. You see on the 5 minute this biggest clusters on the top. So I will look for similar here, and straights I will look for a reaction. So just 127 here was in the top. Yeah, if it goes, it goes. But for me those numbers are a little bit same. So and we didn't touch the level. Yes, we touched the 15-minute demand that I draw earlier in the session, but I want more to come to this area here. So I will not force trades. I will wait to see. I will wait a little bit. If anyone
Patience.
have anything, yeah. But
if I may, can I just show the gold trade from before? Yeah, just to give you show you the rationale behind it. 1 second. I will share screen. 1 second. Right, that looks to be the right one.
Okay, you're up.
Okay, let's just move that across. Okay, let me just drag that over so I can see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so basically, obviously, the way it was shaping up on the intraday charts, so we had a big kind of V-shaped reversal from the recent low, really powerful rally, which topped out for that wave 1 high with the brackets around it. That was around 32.50, just a bit above 32.50. Then that deep retracement, which didn't make a new low, which I have as kind of wave 2. And then from that point, a retest of the recovery high, which didn't quite take out the recovery high, which is for me is a minor wave 1. So from that point onwards, we had this kind of range taking shape. And today what we did was we took out very marginally, we took out the low of the range, or rather the previous day's session low. Very marginally. So you can imagine there were some people there selling the breakout or having perhaps stops below yesterday's session low. But it was one of those really kind of weak pushes, a real typical forced breakout. And then we kind of rebounded and then formed a kind of a minor base. Let's just do it on the screen there like that. And then up we go. And for me, the trigger was breaking through this last kind of lower high on the intraday chart. So that for me said that all the bears had been they're kind of stopping themselves out. So that's where I took my first slice at 32.35. So as we kind of played out, and then I bought some more on the breakout, knowing that obviously once we did get the breakout, it was going to be quite an aggressive move. So obviously the market it started to make its breakout. I went in, added some more as we moved higher. Like that. Let's try that. And as it moved higher, I cashed out, took a quick gain on that one, and then kind of just let the thing go. But it was a nice kind of setup, really. Really in terms of you've got this kind of big rally, a retest of the low which didn't make a new low, then back up to the rally high, and then sideways just consolidating the gains. And then you just you know that there are no more bears in the market. There's only one way to go, really. That's the kind of trade I like, where you kind of you've got clear signs that one side or the other side has been completely exhausted. And you know that for me that they are the best breakout trades when you know there's no firepower left on one side or the other. Yeah,
really nice.
So that was a good start to the day.
If I can share back, Sam.
Yeah, of course. All right, you're up.
So this is the 5 minutes. We have some big cluster here at the top. The only thing is I would like just now it's closed, the candle closed. If it was with big body here, I would trade the sell, the reaction back to those lows, but it could be still valid. Let's wait just a couple of, let's see, 3 minutes. Now, like most of the time when we leave this big wick at the top, the market fill that up. So yeah, the moment I want to share, I thought it will close on like the candle with big body to sell, because I like the number here on the top, like 143, to sell back to this gray box. But yeah, and it went, but it's okay. No rush. No rush.
Yeah, we don't need to rush any trades. We don't need to, force anything. But yeah, hopefully, if a trade does present itself, just jump in, take it.
Yeah,
and things will be good.
Yeah, for me, the Bitcoin is kind of it's holding around the highs for the swing. So hoping we're going to get a nice pullback, a bit of a retracement, and then that will be the long entry. So patience on that one.
Yeah, for sure. And also, like when we see the ATR, let's see the ATR on the 1 minute. It's really low, like 7.559. So there is not much volatility, but definitely there is some good movements. So yeah, Sam earlier today said it was choppy. You can see, Sam, it was not choppy today. Sam, you call this choppy market?
To me, that's a choppy market. I mean, you are looking at a 15-minute chart, and look at. I mean, it doesn't look as bad on NQ, but on S&P, it looked a bit worse.
No, I'm joking. Of course, it's ranging.
I'm just sorry, guys, to interrupt. I'm just jumping in long on euro dollar as we're kind of pressing up against the highs.
Yeah.
This is quite constructive. 1 second. I thought it was going to come back a bit lower, but it didn't want to do it. So, yeah, here we go. So I'm kind of anticipating the breakout now. Stop is going to be just under this reaction low, and then looking for a late run attack on these highs. So let's see what we do. Looks like we're having a go. So nice. 112.69. The high is 112.699. So we're at the swing high. Nice kind of 50% retracement. So the buyers have stepped in at a higher level. I thought it was going to perhaps come back down to the lows, but it didn't do that. So there's definitely latent buying pressure within this range. So this push here, we could see that little push higher and maybe have a crack at some of these highs. So watch this space. 71 now, starting to push a bit higher. So let's see this one. Nice to take out this high, 77.8. Then away we go. That should be good for dollar CAD, I'd imagine. Let's see. Dollar CAD is still a bit of pressure on dollar Canada, but not ready to go just yet. So let's see if we get that late dollar burst lower in the US dollar. Bitcoin, I'm still waiting for. I don't know whether I'll get that, but let's see. So I'm essentially looking to pick them up on a pullback to around 105.600. Should we get that pullback? So it's easily done after such a move like that. We could see that before we go and have a crack at these highs. So they're the three that I've got in irons in the fire at the moment.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. So the NAS,
the NQ just flooded down.
Yeah. It's now I'm looking at the NQ. So now we are currently on the gray area. So
do you want to show your screen?
Yeah, because I just saw the entire screen, and
okay.
So we have the biggest cluster here at the top, which for me, there is no real absorption yet, at least on the 5 minutes. So maybe we will retest this bigger cluster and continue down. So I will wait. There is no confirmation yet. Yes, we are inside the zone, but when you see the 5 minutes, like we have this minus 55, but I would like to see something like here, like clear big cluster at the bottom to take buys, like we had here for sales, like big cluster here on the top, big cluster on the top. I miss it again, but just I don't like it much. If I switch to 8 ticks, oh, okay. I will take this buy. Just stop loss below here, and let's see. Let's target here. No, at least this high here, and then after this high. So let's see. So if I switch just to see what is the next candle, like the next candle that it will close is the 15 minutes. So I switch to 15 minutes just to have an idea and prepare my brain how I want to see this 15-minute candle. So there is two things. Or we will just react, come back here, because there is 8 minutes left to the candle to close. So we will come back again to this wick right here and then push back, and then next candle maybe we will go out. Or if there is enough momentum or there is something, we can flip back from here. So definitely if the price will come back here to those area here, I will go break even. So it was nice entry, as you could see when I was on the 6 tick charts or 7. I didn't have the biggest cluster here at the low, but when I increased to 8 ticks, I saw that okay, this is still the same number, but this one is 76. So I will wait for this next 5 minutes candle to close. What I don't want to see is some big numbers here at the top, and the next candle will open up with momentum, and then I have to manage the trade. So the way it looks right now, it looks bad because we have this 80 cluster that was created here on the top, and we got a reaction back. So this is something. If it closed like this is something I don't like to see. So yeah, there is 21 minutes left to the 1 hour closure. So why I say 21 minutes and 8 minutes, because sometimes like the good move happen, or the true one happen just lasts 5 minutes of, let's say, the candle closure or something. So like it's like I'm not guessing, but I'm just like saying, okay, 20 minutes left and already pushing all the way down. We are ranging, so there is high chance like we will come back again to the high here, just based on the timing. Also for me, just I spend a lot of time in front of the chart, so most of the time the move happened just last few minutes. So yeah, we will see and wait. What do you think, Coach Howard, Sam?
Yeah, I can definitely see it. The only worry I had, it's been so ranging. Like it's been ranging so much, your stop loss is literally at the bottom of the range. It could very easily stop you out and then go back up. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if it's gonna start trending or start making bullish structure. But again, I might be completely wrong.
That's the thing. But like even like in ranging markets, okay, we took the lows here, but still we didn't take the highs on the NY. We didn't take the highs, so maybe we will take the highs and come back. Like ranging markets is tough to trade. So there is 13 seconds left for the 5 minutes candle to close, and you can see that we created a big one here, big cluster. There is another big one here. We are taking the previous candle high. I want now this candle to open up with momentum. It's trying.
You're definitely
Let's-
right. It's definitely trying. There's a lot of pushback.
It's trying. Yeah. It's trying. We will see. Definitely, the fight now is happening between those ones here. Maybe there will be some limit orders here. I'm not watching the carnet order. What is it's in French? Like the book. What's we call when you see the limit orders?
Oh,
what's we call
depth
it?
of market.
Yeah.
Depth of
Like,
market. Yeah.
Like, do you have the depth of market open there, Sam?
I do, but not for NQ. Let me have a look. I'm sure I can get NQ. You know what? It's such a complicated thing. You can like search like a billion different symbols. It's not the most
Yeah.
intuitive
So
thing.
okay. So yeah.
Let me find. Now I'm gonna find the
No,
right
it's okay.
contract. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay,
Might have
just-
it. Look up. Here
So-
we go.
So here we are printing. I like to see like what I'm seeing, like big cluster at the low of the candle, and we are pushing back up. Just if we will close like this, the 15 minutes candle will have a big wick right here. We will see. I like most of the time to see bodies, like big body invites sellers and then move. Big body.
You like big bodies.
That's
Yeah.
good to know, Aymane. It's very
Good
good,
to
to know.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that.
There you go. I've got to say, on my side, the euro's pushing up. I'm raising the stop to cut down the risk a little bit. Let me just show you my screen.
Sure.
Please.
A second. Okay.
Okay, you're up.
Cool. Okay, so the stop initially was under this reaction low, and I've just raised it so that it's just below the low of that big up candle, 50-minute candle. So just so if it snaps back, then it takes that out, then I'll assume it's a kind of a false breakout or a failure at the highs. But the trade really is kind of gunning for a push through these highs and maybe some kind of acceleration into the close. So the stop has basically been tightened by 10 pips. So that reduces the risk quite significantly on that trade. That's that one. Dollar Canada still kind of gravitating towards the lows. Still kind of happy with that. I'll probably, as we approach the low, hopefully I'll start to lower the stop from I think it's 55 at the moment. I'll bring it down to 45 again in a similar vein to what I did with euro dollar. So just managing the risk on those. And Bitcoin is not giving me the opportunity that I want at the moment. So we will see what transpires there. So as I said before, I'll be happy to buy a pullback into this zone here. But as Bitcoin and the dollar sometimes can be linked, they may go together. It may be a case of euro dollar ramps up 10, 20 pips and Bitcoin has a crack at the highs. So I may not get Bitcoin. So we'll see.
Good stuff. Very good.
I will wait a couple of seconds, and if it continue like this, I'm going break even because I am looking at. Sorry, Sam, if I can share back.
Yeah, of course. Okay, you're up.
So we are seeing now similar what we saw here. So big cluster, wick, and then we push down. Now we are having 124. So at the top, so maybe we will take out again the lows, but I will wait just a couple seconds when this candle open, and then if it's already closing inside this previous support, so it's pushing down, and I'm out. I don't like as much. So we create the big cluster here at the top, and we open up with momentum. So I will wait to take those lows and re-enter maybe. And so as like we could repeat the same thing that we saw right here. So yeah, we had minus 105 here, but you can see we had a 143 at the top, came back close here, and next candle we pushed down. We could see similar thing happening here. So we got the biggest cluster here on the top, and now we are pushing down again, take those lows. So let's see. Let's see.
Yeah, there's definitely a big battle going on in this area. It is the point of control as well.
Okay.
I mean, I would like for it to actually go up, continue, just because these ranging markets really do my head in. I would love a bit of, trending structure. That would be great. I mean, I don't care too much right now. Well, actually, yeah, why not? But yeah, I don't like ranging days like this, especially the chop. I know that's probably not what you want to hear, Aymane.
Frustrating.
No, but okay. No, but the chop with high ATR chop, and then 1 minute candle is 15 points, let's say 16 point, like what we have in the NY session. It's not like, for example, a little bit this chop with 5 or 6 on the ATR on the 1 minute. So, but
yeah, no,
yeah,
I
okay.
get what you're saying. Yeah, still,
Definitely.
I want to see, the S&P, when it moves so nicely,
Check the ES.
When it moves, it loves to move. It just goes. There's no real hiccups. It's quite nice. But then you have days like this, or like we've had for the majority of the last, how many days now? 1, 2. Apart from yesterday. Yesterday was the only day where it opened and it just picked the direction and off it went. Really nice.
I would tell them tomorrow, Sam, to give you a trend in market tomorrow.
Please.
Okay. Okay.
There's a running joke, Howard, that Aymane has contacts to the market makers, and he's able to just drop them a message, and they do whatever he asks.
Yeah, guys, stop that market from falling. Right, put loads of bids in.
We're going to test the theory right now. Aymane, why don't you contact the market makers? Tell them we want NQ to go up.
Okay.
We want it to go, at least back up to those highs that we've had a bit earlier. We want it to push up quite a bit. Just let them know. We're gonna see how how effective these market makers. Okay. I'll say it probably takes a couple of minutes for them to read the message and do whatever they have to do in the background.
Do what you got to do.
Exactly. We'll give them 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. I just send a message.
Yeah.
Maybe at the close of the hour they might be like more inclined to
Okay. At the 10 minutes before 1 hour closure. So maybe
they might just do it at the hour.
Yeah.
Makes it easy for them. They seem to be doing the opposite right now. I think they've had enough of you, Aymane. You're always asking for favors.
No tips.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Aymane, what's
we-
happening?
Huh?
What's happening, Aymane?
Look-
Your market making friends are not pulling through for you.
not working. It's
No,
not
but
working
that's
today.
why. No, but
Not
that's
working today.
why I exit. You see why I exit? Because I was buying. So they told me to get out. That's why I exit the buy
Okay.
here.
Makes sense.
So-
Makes sense.
Yeah, but
All right.
yeah. So like I mentioned earlier, we repeat the same pattern that we had here. Big cluster in the top, push down, and now big cluster here at the top, and that's why I exit. So now the last chance for the buyers to step in. So let's check just the 15-minute charts. So we have we took the low of the previous 15 minutes candle. I don't know if it's a good idea to jump back. Let's see.
Okay.
Let's have a look at the.
Getting.
Let's see how we will react to this minus 59.
There is buy pressure coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
There we
And
go.
we had the candle at your time would be 7:49. That 1 minute candle, at least for the ES. I don't know about the NQ, but for the ES, we had quite a bit of heavy selling going on in that. And then if it can break above that candle,
Mm-hmm.
there might be, it might be defending it now, quite crucial. Those sellers who sold there might start defending, which looks like they want to start defending. I'm seeing those sells come in. But whether they can, because it is a typical ranging market. I mean, you couldn't ask for a more obvious range than since market open. I mean, it's even respected the range highs and lows perfectly. You know, we haven't even had a fake out. We haven't had any of, it's just been almost a textbook range. So I would be surprised if anybody is continuing to sell right now. And a lot of people probably who did sell are going to be looking to get out, and buyers are going to be looking to get in. And that pattern is going to keep going until, well, someone decides it's not worth it anymore. But it is a very obvious ranging market right now.
Okay, there is buyers are stepping now, but again
Yeah.
at the top. Let's see. We could get. Let's check just 30 minutes.
Oh, big sellers just jumped in at 232.
Definitely a
So
battle going on
we're
down there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
constant battle, like at every.
One thing I would say, if you look at the 5 minute chart, the candlestick, look at the pattern of this last push down that we've had. So this most recent push down just now, you can see the kind of, drop, small retracement, drop, small retracement, drop, and now it could be small retracement again. The pattern is now like on the macro level, if you look at it, looking like bearish structure. Now that doesn't really mean that that's going to mean, we're going to start a downtrend or anything. Of course not. But might mean that this could be the end of the range, and we might start potentially creating a
breaking
new low.
lower.
Yeah.
And you can see big cluster at the top, so just it's inside this gray area, otherwise it's now it's better. So we had big cluster and we continue pushing.
Oops, what have I done?
Let's see. Let's see.
We still haven't broken above that one candle with a lot of sellers in it.
Yes.
And
so nice engulfing there, bullish engulfing.
yeah.
A lot of sellers entering. Oh, I like this week, failing this week. Should I trade the 85 cluster? It went. Let's wait to retrace a little bit. To retrace a little bit.
It's such a tough one. It's a very tough one. I just don't like that we're sitting dead in the middle of the point of control. This is, for me, at least on my trading plan, there's like 0 trades. Do you know what I mean? I trade when there's low volume on the volume profile, not at the highest point of volume. You know, it's the complete opposite of what of where I would normally be trading.
Yeah, I totally feel you, Sam. I totally understand. Like, but let's wait. So definitely we are rejecting the gray area. So let's just take a look back. Yeah, there is a room. For me, there is unmitigated supply here, and there is still a room to test this demand more deeper. So yes, the 1 hour is closing now. We took out the previous candle high. We are closing red, but inside support wicks. So
do you think your market makers are gonna?
they stopped answer for today.
Oh, come on, guys.
We'll give them a few minutes. I mean, we said our close, they'll most likely make their move, right? So let's see.
I think because they are not answering, they will push lower this time.
They haven't read the message yet. Okay. The moment they read your message, boom.
Okay.
If you forward me their number, I'll message them as well. Maybe if we all.
Sure, I will.
I'll just text Jerome Powell. I'll drop him a text.
JP.
Yeah.
You see here, this is 1 hour footprint chart. This minus 247. I like it for a retracement back, actually. Let's see. 5 minutes.
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Just,
okay.
Text J Power, as I call him. You know, best of buddies we are. we go back many years. See, the moment I text him, look what's happening. Market's going up.
Yep.
See,
support.
It's got nothing to do with analyzing the market.
Absolutely
it's
not.
All about
Disclaimer.
It's who you know, right? It's who you know.
Exactly. This is a
This is the contact.
It's a contact industry. 100%. You know.
Yeah. You saw Trump lately. Buy, go buy.
Oh yeah.
He starts giving signals.
Yeah, he's been pretty good lately, isn't he?
Yeah. It's the first telegram in the world, first signal provider, 100% accuracy.
Brilliant.
It's funny but true.
Yeah, my stuff. The dollar's just holding around the lows, so just having to think about it. So just watching it. And Bitcoin is still a bit strong, just holding around the highs. So nothing to do there.
Nice.
No,
Well-
definitely it's
Your market makers should be making their move now, Aymane.
Here we go.
Our candles.
lower, not higher.
Why do you want it to go lower?
Look, we are respecting this 124.
Aymane,
trying
I
to
specifically said, we want the market to go up. Aymane, so
This 77 is holding. Holding. Let's check the 1 minute. In terms of the volume, 3,000, 3,900, 2,600. Yeah. What do you think, Sam? Sell, because this 124 got respected. We tested multiple times with big clusters. So I'm gonna try the sell to trade the continuation of the week. So
One
stop loss
second.
just
I mean, by
above.
all means, go sell. By all means. But let me.
Ooh.
I don't know.
Nice entry. Let's see.
Oh, very nice.
So let's see. Okay, break this week and I am good. So you can 124. We hold it one time here with big clusters. We create some big like sellers cluster here at the low. Just I want to see just take out, come back to test this low of the week. There we go, break even. Come on. 5 minutes. After 5 minutes candle closer, I have to make a decision if I saw any absorption from the other side. So this is the way if I scalp this type of market. So let's see. Continuation or
I don't even see anything on the footprint. I mean, the footprint is just a mess. I mean, it looks like everyone is trapped in the footprint. But if I was to follow the footprint, all the buyers at the top, all the sellers at the bottom, everyone is the wrong way round.
Yep, and it's true. It's a mess. Just as you can see, for me it would be better. I don't know this 124 cluster. It's 21,438. 21,438. It would be better if I put it a little bit above, but
Looks like it's still holding up. No, it's holding.
Yeah, I mean,
let's put it at 21,438. A little bit above it, above this biggest cluster.
Yeah, I'd probably want to buy the breaker the last two highs. That's the way I do it. Yeah, last two candles.
So this trade is purely just clusters at the top, you sell. Cluster at the bottom, you buy. Just how to say it? Absorption at the top, you trade the sell. Like nothing related to. So I did good. I move for now. Now we are touching the 124 cluster. So let's see if we will get a reaction back. You want to share some?
By all
Or
means.
should I?
I mean, it's up to you. If you want to keep it going. Actually,
No, I can keep it
until that trade finishes, and then I'll jump in.
Until it hits stop.
Yeah, until it either hits your take profit, stop loss, or you manually exit. Whenever you get out that trade, I'll take over.
Okay, we're still holding here. Yes, the 15-minute, 1 hour, it looks bad for sales, but just I'm trading the 55 minutes candle, 5-minute delta chart. So yes, we had this biggest cluster here at the low, but let's check 5 minutes. Okay.
even on a depth of market, very even on both sides.
Yeah, it's not the best price to trade. ATR, how much is the ATR now?
Let's see what the
Okay, not terrible. 788. Okay. So 5 minutes candle close. So yeah.
Whoa, what have I done? Clicked wrong button.
Wrong button. 100 lots. You answer 100 lot.
No. I was playing around with the volume profile and I made it all disappear. I've done that before though. Believe it or not, I've actually done that before. Where I entered with like a lot size that was like 10 times the size I should have entered with. And I was all down to MetaTrader. So I was logged into a demo account with really like a huge amount of money. And I was playing around with the demo account. And then I went back to my live account. But for some reason, the lot size at the top, at the quick action buttons, didn't change. And then I just entered.
Oh no! Quick!
And almost instantly, my drawdown was like a ridiculous amount just from the spread. I was like, what?
That's not so bad if you do it in a liquid market. If you do it on something a little bit illiquid, then it's like you're sweating, waiting for it to go back. You know, just break through the spread, please. You know,
literally the moment it just went to zero. Even the commission was a lot. But what can you do? Luckily, nothing terrible happened. I didn't lose my account or anything. But yeah, you got to be careful. Stuff like that can happen.
These are valuable lessons. You know, we talk about trade setups and things like that, but these are very valuable lessons for people.
And it happened to the best of us. Like all the traders have like similar stories like this, or they forgot stop at some point, or like they answer with big lot size. So
well, the thing is, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm that old that when I first started trading professionally, we used to phone them through. So you'd do everything on the phone, and you'd say, right, buy me 10 million euro dollar, and by the way, put a stop at 27, and then you'd get on with your day. And I made the mistake once of actually forgetting that I had a stop in at 27.
Wow.
and then you get the phone call from the broker. You're done at 27. It's like, what do you mean I'm done at 27? Oh, and then you need to take action. But it's a valuable lesson that you learn from, and can be very. I think some of these lessons that can cost you can really help you.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like I would always recommend. Oh, okay, no problem. I'd always recommend as well if you're like trading a demo account, don't make the demo account unrealistic amounts of money. Try keep it within reason, just because you get used to stupid amounts of money, on demo, and then you look at your live account and you're not happy with the profit you have achieved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's that's nothing. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. No, definitely those lessons, like forgetting a stop, etc. Like it give you a good lesson. It's sadly that some traders, when they experience this for the first time and they are alone in their journey, they think they are alone, and then they quit.
Yeah.
But it happened to all of us. Like just name it, anything you can name it. I will tell you, I had the same stories.
Yeah, we've all done it. We've all done it.
Yeah. Oh well. What can you do?
Yeah. So,
all right, I'll pop up my screen. Bear with me. And we're up. Right, so the S&P. Yeah, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's just a tiny, choppy. Nothing here is like everything. Like my eyes genuinely hurt looking at this. It's just disgusting. Like everything from literally market open to now is just filth. It shouldn't exist. All right? Like, I mean, it is a perfect range, to be fair. The bottom is nicely drawn out. The top is nice. We've gone up, down, but now something is, it's struggling. We didn't really go that low, but I would say it's still at the bottom of the range. We did touch, but the buyers are kind of struggling to get through. Now, what I did notice, if you look at the volume profile, now if I make this row size up to 100, whoops, not 1,000, 100, just look at this volume profile when it loads. Look at that. I mean, that is almost, because the volume profile can show you a range quite easily. Whenever it looks like that, it's basically a ranging market you're in. I mean, you couldn't get a better pattern, especially on the downside. Look how it's a perfect ladder. The next one's bigger,
normal distribution.
bigger. Yeah. I mean, on the upside, it's a bit more choppy, as more like what you would expect. That is just, I don't think I've ever even seen such perfect. It's almost like art. I couldn't tell you what that means. I don't think it means anything in particular. I'm not saying this is some kind of hidden code that you can trade, but it just goes to show. I mean, it's
Mona Lisa.
No, yeah, a Mona Lisa. There's nothing here. We haven't had any real movement today on the S&P. It's probably, I can imagine the daily looks pretty. Let's have a look at the daily. Let me just remove all these drawings. Yeah, it looks pretty. I don't know. It just doesn't really look like anything, but what? I mean, it's a bad time. It's in terms of the footprint. Is there anything we're seeing? I mean, what you can see on the hour is just hilarious, almost, because everyone is just trapped above and below. Look at all these sellers. All the big sell numbers are nice down at the bottom. All the big buy numbers are right at the top. In the middle, it's just kind of evenly distributed.
50-50, no movement. They just don't want to make pause to the market or switch off. Let's switch it off.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. You might as well just turn the market off at this point. Because trying to predict, is it going to break out above, below? You don't know. Like, there's no indications right now that, it's going to do this, it's going to do that. It's very 50-50. The volume profile showed it's just pure 50-50, the distribution of volume. Candlestick wise, I mean, you could probably argue the wicks on the downside are a bit bigger, but I wouldn't take that too much as gospel. I mean, there's arguments to be made on both sides, right? Like, we've had such a bullish move in the last, week or two, or however long it's been. It's just been going up. And we haven't really seen much of a retracement, apart from the other day where we had this kind of minor push down. But in the grand scheme of things, there's not really been much of a retracement. Is it time the market pushes down a bit? Potentially. But I don't have the market going down until we get up to this yellow area here, which is, if I go on a bigger time frame, like the 4 hour. Yeah, until we get up to here, I don't really see the market pushing down like considerably until we get up to here. This is the area where I expect there'll be some kind of push down, a few percent at least,
Okay.
But even the structure on the candlesticks, you can just see, this kind of slow down, huge explosive move up, slow down, sideways, explosive move up, sideways.
I'm just
sorry, Harry, go on.
Yeah. I'm just sorry. So just to, we're struggling at these dollar lows at the moment. So I've just taken pretty much 10 pips on both of those two trades. So just better than nothing.
Nice.
Yeah, and
So,
especially in this
so
market.
I'm flat now. Yeah. There's not much doing, and I guess there's perhaps a bit more doing than the stock market, but 10 pips is not to be sneezed at for this time of day.
Oh yeah, no, 10 pips is decent. Was it euro US dollar you did?
Euro dollar and dollar Canada as well.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, 10 pips is decent.
Yeah, 10 pips sometime. How is my target for the
day? I got to admit that's because I'm trading sort of during the European session, and I'm going for a lot more than that. But it's not so much a break-even trade, but it's not too bad. Not too bad for this time of the day when things are things are really kind of slowing down. So. But I find with foreign exchange, you tend to get a bit of a bias towards the end of the day in the direction of where the market is in terms of the settlement compared to the global session. So if you're kind of in the top, I don't know, 20% of the global session, there'll be a kind of a squeeze towards the high because you've got people that are waiting, hoping it's going to come back. But when it doesn't, then they think, well, I'm not going to hold this thing overnight, so I'll get out, and that creates a bit of a movement into the close.
Yeah, we might have something happening finally.
Oh, hello!
Breaking.
After they stopped me out.
Well, yeah. Your market makers did the wrong thing.
But literally, like, it stopped me out with. It's same. Oh, this is yes, but it's same. Stop.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, but my stop was
similar.
a little bit aggressive. But it's similar. Like, it stopped me out with what? Now it's moving down. Thank you.
Now it's moving. But could this be like
3 points?
It's already getting caught. What's interesting, look at this, 1,000 delta right here on this candle. 1 minute candle over 1,000 sell contracts. Now, I would not take that as, this is, if anything, I would want to bet against that. You know what? Why not?
Yeah.
It's a silly thing, but I'm going to enter a buy trade. I'm going to have a really tight stop. Just because of the amount of sellers that came in. I'm either going to be completely wrong, but I think this could potentially be, what do you call it? A trap.
A bit of a trap.
It's like bottom of the range, and the thing is they are pushing.
They are. They're quite strong. You
definitely
might want to put your stop just below the range, actually. Let's do that. So. It's that 1,000 sellers right there altogether. That's a lot of sell pressure. And look, they're struggling to push it down any lower right now. So if buyers come in very aggressively, there could be a chance we'll push up. It wouldn't be a trade I'd normally take, but for the purpose of the live stream, I feel, what the hell have I done? Stop order modified. Where is it?
All in. Let's go.
Where's the stop gone? Oh my god! Why is it down there?
Okay.
See, mistakes can happen. You're going to be very.
You won't get stopped out unless there's a crash.
So this is how you trade, Sam. You put your stop loss 1,000 points.
Yeah, I never get stopped out. I never get stopped out.
I never get stopped out. What
true.
is your win rate? 99%. Okay, what is your risk rate to
It's
reward?
done it again. It's done it again. Why? What is going on? Oh, I see what I'm doing. Okay. This kind of half divide thing, I thought this line was it. So I kept clicking and dragging it down and therefore moving the stop loss.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Let's jump back to the 1 minute, see what's going on. Oh, they're struggling, but the buyers are also struggling to break this candle here. So it's not looking too good, to be honest, but we'll see. Ideally, I don't want to see the sellers get any lower than that. If they start breaking below the last little low, then
Like if you check the NASDAQ, we still didn't break the low. On the ES, we broke already the low. Now we broke.
oh, now we broke.
Oh,
They're trying hard. 500, 600. They're actually making progress now. So yeah, probably not going to work out. You know what? The stop is so tight, it doesn't matter. It will either stop me out or it won't.
but normally this is how the range I trade the range. Just push back, big push down, and then trade back to the range. So
there we go. We're out. So interesting. Now that shot down. Look, as soon as it broke. Wow. Okay. What time is it? 10 minutes before the live stream ends.
We've got to move.
The market starts
We've got to
moving.
move.
You literally cannot make this up, can you? I mean, it's almost. I don't know. Can you make sense of that?
No, but for me, I'm watching. Just it stopped me out with 4 points, and then it went like this. You remember the last sell? It was I shorted just from the. Yeah, but it's funny. Like now it's moving. I think it's the NY session open now.
Yeah, now it is how the NY session should be. Yeah,
opening.
exactly.
Yes. So
we just
there is a sorry guys.
right
There is a
through
change.
On the currency side, interesting that we're seeing. I was going to say on the currency side, it's interesting that we're seeing as the stock market is kind of falling. Just quickly show while the stock market, as the stock market is falling, we're starting to see a bit of strength in the yen and the Swiss franc, which is quite normal when the stock market has a bit of a wobble.
Yeah.
One second. Let's go. So dollar Swiss, for example.
Okay, you're up.
Cool. So dollar Swiss, it's making a clear break to the downside. So it's taken out these lows and settling below them. Whereas euro dollar, not so much. Euro dollar is kind of just hesitant, holding around the high. Maybe it's going to go, but it's really not in a big hurry like dollar Swiss is. Sterling cable again, struggling a little bit, not seeing the same kind of move that dollar is against the Swiss. And now the yen, this could be one going into Asia if anyone's trading over the session handover. This one could be the breakout trade for the new low, because we had the kind of bounce from the global session low, pull back, retest, bounce, ease back, and we cracked this low. Then I think we're going to head down and make a new low for the downtrend. So that could be one going into the Asian session, late New York, early Asia. But I'll be sleeping. Plenty of opportunity tomorrow.
Absolutely.
For sure. Like, do we have any red folder news for tomorrow or not?
Let's have a look.
For the dollar.
We have nothing tomorrow for the dollar. Nothing on Thursday we do. Unemployment claims on Thursday. Got the flash manufacturing PMI as well Thursday. And Friday it's clear as well. So news-wise, not much dollar-wise.
Technical moves.
Yeah.
Big picture stuff for me. That as I said before, I think the dollar is resuming its downtrend. We've broken through last week's dollar highs on the weekly candle, weekly bar. Looks to me like the and dollar index as well. Obviously, I think we are heading down to new lows for the dollar, and that probably ties in a little bit with gold breaking up from its low from a couple of days ago. I think gold is resuming the uptrend, and the dollar is resuming the downtrend. So that could be the story going into the back end of this week if there's no major news, just a bit more follow through selling on the US dollar.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Oh, wow. Finally made its move.
NOI session open.
What an absolute joke. Well, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a bit of a trend going on. And because you just can't really, well, I mean, you can, but on a ranging market, for me at least, it never even touched a single gap in volume except one earlier today, which I just about caught. And it still hasn't touched another one, even though we had that massive move down. But who knows? We'll see what happens. None of my alerts on the other pairs went off. So I'm just having a look through. Yeah, nothing is. Yeah, nothing's occurred. Yeah, it's all pretty dead. Nothing's really moved much. Euro CHF. That's annoying. It got very close to my alert, and now it's just shot down. That would have been a lovely trade, but
yeah, yes.
It got how many pips
a
away?
Bit of strength in the Swiss.
It got 1.2 pips away from the entry. In fact, let me just show that real quick. So earlier today, well, at the beginning of the session. Oh no, I haven't put my screen up yet. My bad. There we go. Oh, leave me alone. Microsoft Store keeps opening. All right, here we go. Yeah, so that would have been the entry if it got there. 1.2 pips away. Oh no, sorry, 1.4 pips away. And then it just flooded down. So that would have been a nice trade if it got there, but sadly, nope, it didn't. Nothing on there. That one, nothing. Can't remember which one to set an alert for now, but I'm sure I'll see it when I go through it. Why didn't I trade that? Oh, that was 1 o'clock. Oh, didn't even notice it touched that area. Well, that would have been a trade earlier in the day. Nice little one there. Pound CAD. Nope. Pound Aussie. Nah, didn't even get close to it. Aussie yen didn't get close. No. Euro yen, nothing. Pound yen, nothing.
Sam, could you check back the ES and the NAS? What is happening?
ES, it's just kept dropping. Are you footprint or candle? Oh, what happened?
No, candle, just candle, because it's keep dropping.
And yeah, it's just dropping nicely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's got a lot of stuff it has to clear before it like, I don't know. I mean, obviously right now it's not time to trade. But it has so many of these gaps and these little areas where I don't know if it will clear it that easily, but we'll see. Tomorrow, New York Open. That's the way to do it.
All right.
Yeah.
guys.
Fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that is time. So yeah, bit of a different session than usual, but pretty good. We had a few trades there. It was a bit more fast paced, I feel. So yeah, awesome stuff. But
Nice.
Howard, Aymane, have a good evening, and to everyone watching, Robert as well.
You guys.
Take care.
You
We'll
guys.
catch you
Thank
guys
you.
tomorrow. Bye bye.
Take care.
Thank
Take
you.
care, guys. Bye.